Russia was the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. And they'd say, oh, but aren't you so glad that you're in America? I said, well, I know a lot of Russian filmmakers. They have a lot more freedom than I have. All they have to do is be careful about criticizing the government.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Pop Life, brought to you by This is Revolution Podcast. If you're new to this channel, welcome. Glad to have you with us. If you're a returning listener or subscriber, hell yeah! Thank you so much for coming back. Real quick, we have a new essay series here on TIR called The Crisis Papers, and our fourth issue is out now. Let me pull up this graphic that I did. Come on. And bam! One of Us is the Killer, issue number 4. Celebrity cancel culture and the illusion of politics and neoliberalism. Wherever you are watching or listening to this show, there are links in the description. Pick up your copy. Also, all of the TIR video essays are now exclusively being streamed on Beans TV. And if you use the discount code, This is Revolution, all caps, you can get 20% off a Beans TV monthly subscription. Let me put that code on the screen. Bam! There it is. Use the code This is Revolution and get 20% off a Beans TV monthly subscription. Now, let's get into the topic at hand. The year in metal, 1982. I'll turn down modern metal, 2000s that I wrote. The title of this show is certainly provocative and one that I find a bit misleading because I really think 86 might be the best year of metal. But anyway, while 1982 is often overlooked, it stands as a crucial year in the evolution of heavy music across genres like metal, rock, hard rock, new wave, and hardcore punk. By this year, heavy music not only solidified itself as more than just dinosaur rock, but began to establish itself as a genre with distinct, enduring subgenres. Amid the new wave craze, Thriller became the best-selling album of all time, showcasing Eddie Van Halen's blistering guitar solo on Beat It and a driving rhythm section that hinted at metal and heavy music's power in mainstream music. Iron Maiden's The Number of the Beast, featuring Bruce Dickinson's powerful vocals for the first time, was another critical release, laying the groundwork for thrash metal and inspiring the genesis of, wait for it, hair metal. While hair metal may have diverged in tempo and intensity from the new wave of British heavy metal, or NWOBHM, as us true Gen X and older metalheads call it, it distilled the movement's rebellious energy into a more accessible, commercialized format, making it both a product and response to the increasingly corporatized landscape of popular music. There's a playlist for this episode that I linked in the chat comments, and I should have linked it in the description for the show. So if you're listening to this show, it's definitely going to be linked in the description. And if you're watching it, by the time the show's over, I will add it to the description. But I posted it on all the social medias. I was very proud of it, by the way. But this episode's playlist delves into essential albums from 1982, spotlighting tracks that capture the moment's raw energy and foreshadow these seismic shifts in heavy music, featuring groundbreaking work from Ozzy Osbourne, Iron Maiden, and other artists shaping the heavy music scene. This curated collection serves as both an homage and critique of the era's rapid evolution, offering listeners a taste of the year when heavy music began to assert itself as a lasting cultural force. I think I'm getting a message from my guest, who is very tardy at the moment. But I do want to ask you guys a question. I think because I don't have a guest, I'm going to open up phone lines. So you have to give me a second for that before I do that. But one thing that I did find interesting about this time in heavy music is a lot of older artists are making records around the same time. And the records that they're making for the early 80s, it really feels like, and I think maybe me and Conan touched on this a little bit because we did talk about the year 1982 in music, because so many genres are really, I don't want to say coming into their own, but there's some great albums that come out in 82. I think Conan and I probably talked for about 20, 30 minutes on The Cure's Pornography album that comes out in 82, which I don't think has any singles on it. But for a lot of people, it's a very important record. But I bring up 82 and these more establishment rock bands because I was watching this really interesting interview with Steve-O, of all people, from Jackass, and Paul Stanley. And I think I've said before on the show, I actually got a chance to run into Paul Stanley when I worked for Yo Gabba Gabba and talk to him for a little bit. Way more down to earth than I thought he'd be. Because I had ran into Gene Simmons once at a NAMM convention, and he was as you think Gene Simmons would be at a NAMM convention. But Paul Stanley was like super chill, actually, and quite a joy to be around and talk to. He's the kind of guy that would remember your name. Not every celebrity is good at that. And the ones that are, you see why they have such a long time on top, because it's the little things like that. Anyway, Paul Stanley had said something. Steve-O asked him, like, hey, did you know you were going to be around for so long? Blah, 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 blah. Right. And Paul Stanley goes, there was no blueprint when we started doing music with Kiss. Because he goes, what, the Beatles were around for what, like 7 years? He goes, I just wanted 5 years. If I could just have 5 years doing this music thing, I would have been excited. And I thought about that because I was like, oh, yeah, they started like, 73, 74, I think their first record comes out. And who in the rock world has been around that long and relevant? Maybe the Beach Boys? Maybe the Kinks? I'm literally trying to rack my brain, like, who's been, the Rolling Stones were, of course, around, but with every year for these people, it's like, oh, damn, we're still around. Oh, damn, we're still relevant. Oh, damn, we can still play these venues. But in the 80s, some of these bands make these records that sound like they're trying to capture a more modern sound. And if you stick around long enough, you're popular long enough, you'll find yourself no longer being a trendsetter, and you'll find yourself chasing trends. A perfect example of this is Metallica's Saint Anger album, or Stanger, as I like to call it. I don't like that record. I don't know too many people that do like that record. Now, I will say, as I drink from my Metallica mug, right? This is totally bootleg, by the way. I've heard that record with a correction on the drums where someone either AI'd it or I've heard one guy literally replay the snare. There's one dude, if you hate that record, but kind of mild, even if you like old Metallica stuff, there's a dude God, this is about 10 years ago. He literally went and replayed everything, and he cleaned up that snare. There's someone that I believe AI'd it, and they shortened the songs because some of those songs were just too long. Like Metallica had this, we write the long songs. It's like, look, and Justice for All is a little too long. Those 8 songs shouldn't be damn near 90 minutes. But anyway, as someone that has written his fair share of songs that are too long. but the point is, when you listen to Saint Anger, even when you look at the change in the instruments they were playing, you know, pointy instruments don't really ride in the late 90s through the mid 2000s like they did in the 80s and early part of the 90s. They're not cool, if you will. And there's like flames on it's funny. And if you watch the Some Kind of Monster documentary, then you see them fighting with Kurt Hammett because like, we're not going to do any guitar solos. And when you listen to that record, and I've gone back and listened to it a few times to like write things, and you read some of the interviews, I think you can't just listen to it and not read what was going on in their mind. Because after I heard it, I was like, what? I want to know what you were thinking, guys. And they were like, we want to get back to this raw sound, blah, 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 blah. Now, raw sound, when you listen to Kill 'Em All and then listen to Ride the Lightning, those are very different records, extremely different records. There is a raw sound on Kill 'Em All. It's very polished on Ride the Lightning, and you can hear what's going to be Master of Puppets, right? You can tell they're getting over the we're kind of novice players thing. We really know what we're doing, but we just can't nail it yet on Ride the Lightning, and I think they nail it on Master of Puppets. But that being said, this is groundbreaking work. Ride the Lightning, Master of Puppets. For a lot of people, and Justice for All, groundbreaking work. Then they hit the stratosphere with the Black Record. And they're mega stars when Load and Unload come out. They're super huge. Bigger than they ever thought they'd imagine they'd be. But critically, people have something to say. I remember when they cut their hair for, was it the first Load or the second Load? That was the cover of a California news magazine called BAM Magazine, Bay Area Magazine. I think they changed the name to something more statewide, but it was and Haircuts for All or something like that. And then the Alice in Chains, MTV Unplugged, where I believe it's Jerry Cantrell writes on his guitar, "Friends don't let friends get haircuts." You know, it's like you guys are Samson, man. You can't cut your hair. But they still had extreme success, but they weren't innovative and groundbreaking anymore. And so they tried to chase that with Saint Anger. Yikes. Not a fun record. Again, I can't see the comments because it's coming out of a different side. I don't want to look down. But I don't know how you guys feel about that record. I myself am not a fan. There's some albums that come out in 82 from establishment bands, and I was going to put them on this list, but I couldn't in good conscience. If you listen to the whole 82 show playlist, of course, because every album that came out in 82, I try to put it on there. I definitely have the Queen stuff and the Who stuff, which, again, I tried. But what I did do to kind of try to show that, I put a Robert Plant solo cut on there. And I listened to that and I was like, this is not good. This album is horrible. The Queen record that came out in 82, you get Under Pressure out of it, which, you know, that's like the last song on the record as well. Great song. Who can deny that song? Vanilla Ice, loved that song. It was so good. It was maybe a bigger hit as a sample in the early part of the 90s. Who can forget that bass line? The rest of that album is extremely forgettable. I dare anyone to tell me, oh, that Who record in 82 is like one of my favorites. Like, no, it's not. You're lying. You're totally lying. But I found that interesting that these establishment artists and again with a band like Led Zeppelin, the last few records, what would they have been had Bonham stayed? I don't know. You would have had to have the Addiction albums. Another album that's on here is I believe it's not Night in the Ruts. I can't remember the Aerosmith record, but by the early 80s, Aerosmith is going through member changes and they're in the bowels of their addictions. It's like really bad for them. But there's a few songs on some of those records that I found pretty good as far as Aerosmith goes from that era. It's definitely not Toys in the Attic, but they managed to salvage some good stuff. Another thing I put on the playlist that I found interesting was Whitesnake re-released a lot of songs because I can't remember the producer that got his hands on Whitesnake in the 80s, but Whitesnake was a band that had this amazing frontman and really good guitar player, John Sykes. But there was a producer that felt like, I never thought their songs were good enough. They were just mediocre songs with this amazing frontman. So he gets in there and he really pops them up. And if you go back and listen to the 1987 Whitesnake record with all the hits, that are a lot of them are replays. I have the original Here I Go Again on there. There's some mild changes to the music. You can hear where they clean it up, and it is you understand when you hear like, oh, that's what a producer does. And there's a few word changes in there that make this song sound so different. And I find the 80s this kind of interesting time where you can take a band like Whitesnake that literally released this record already. I wouldn't say to critical acclaim. Whitesnake was never critically acclaimed, but can literally put out another song, put out the same song 5 years later and have it be such a large hit that David Coverdale can get out of the record label debt he was in, the tax debt he was in, as many of us are that do music seriously. I found that pretty interesting in putting the playlist together, which thank God is not as long. I love doing the genre ones because they're not as long. The last show we did, which might have been 82 or 84, I can't remember off the top of my head. The playlist is like 28 hours long. I'm trying to find every release, but for the metal, and I threw some hard rock records in there as well because I think hard rock is important. Let me see if no, I haven't heard from my co-host with us, but the new wave of British heavy metal had some iconic records come out in 82 with Number of the Beast and Screaming for Vengeance. These two bands, along with Saxon and, of course, Diamond Head, paved the way for a band like Metallica. How do you guys feel that music influenced thrash metal? I want to know what you guys think about that. Because for me personally, I didn't know who those bands were. Well, I knew who Iron Maiden was. Of course, I knew who Judas Priest was. But the other bands like Saxon and Diamond Head and Budgie, who I believe is on the playlist. I knew of the Misfits, but I didn't know the Misfits until Garage Days. Garage Days for me was an entryway into all of this new wave of British heavy metal music, and listening to it again, putting this show together and making that playlist, you really see where those early bands latched on to maybe not so much the Iron Maiden, Judas Priest aspect of new wave of British heavy metal, and not even maybe the Def Leppard aspect, because that stuff is like revved up classic rock, and Iron Maiden might be the first ones going a little faster with it. I guess Judas Priest too. But when you hear a band like Diamond Head, you really understand early Metallica, in my opinion. Like early Metallica to me is a Diamond Head cover band. And maybe all those bands are kind of a Diamond Head cover band, in my opinion. Mark Owen says, "Is Jay evil?" Yes, I am. I'm not going to do the original "Am I Evil" because that dude's got a hell of a register. Also, if you listen to a lot of those new wave of British heavy metal bands, with the exception of Iron Maiden and Saxon, a lot of it sounds like they want to be early Led Zeppelin to me. Judas Priest's first record, not the biggest fan. I was talking to Burgess a while back, and he's like, I heard a song from that Judas Priest first album. Kind of like it. I think I sent him on Spotify, the Rock and Roller Roller. I went to search it out, right? I'm that guy. There's a patron that I talk to, and he always tries to find a band's early records. And sometimes a band's first record is not like David Bowie's first record, not very good. But I like to find bands' early stuff. Yeah. But yes, Rainbow's on the list as well. When you hear those early what will become thrash bands, it's like they took Maiden and Diamond Head and then took their limited abilities, because these are much younger people as well. We have to remember that, Maiden and Priest, they're pretty old by the time that these guys are hearing them. Probably in their mid to late 20s. Metallica and Slayer and the Megadeth guy, these early 20s, late teens, most of these dudes. And they're taking it with their limited abilities, and they're taking the aspect that they like from the music, which is going to be the galloping, rhythmic, palm muted playing is going to be like a very important function. And you really start to hear that with a lot of these early records. Like going through some of this stuff and hearing like some Crocus stuff, they're real big on it. Maybe the original is like Barracuda by heart. I to this day love that riff. As simple as it is, that riff with Ann Wilson over the top. But anyway, they take those aspects of that music, they turn it up to 100 and then kind of Americanize it. The soloing is not going to be as complex as what's going on with some of these bands. The UFO is on this playlist as well, and Uli Roth is a beast. Richie Blackmore is a beast. There's some great guitar playing from some of these guys. So for me personally, I understand why my heroes musically pay an homage to this moment, and why it's so important, because heavy music is making some inroads into pop music. A lot of this stuff is charting. I believe Iron Maiden charts with the last album they did with Killers with Diano. And Bruce Dickinson is the natural maturation for that band. Go back and listen to those first two Maiden records, which I think are really good records. I thoroughly enjoy the self-titled and Killers. I actually really enjoy Diano's vocals. For me, it's like the two eras of Van Halen, and that's probably not a fair comparison because those two eras are such distinct eras because they lasted so long, and you really only have like a 4-year period with Iron Maiden. Maybe technically like a 3-year period, 2-year period. But when you hear Number of the Beast and what they become, Power Slave, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, Dickinson takes that band definitely into places that Deano couldn't go vocally and really opens those songs up. They can stay being a metal band. They don't really change that much musically, right? You know an Iron Maiden song when it comes on. It's not like you're like, oh, is that Limp Bizkit? What's Iron Maiden? Like that never happened, right? Throughout the years, that's never happened. Same thing with Judas Priest. You're never gonna be like, oh, is that is that Court? Like, no, never gonna say that. But I brought up the aspect of Thriller because when Michael Jackson does Off the Wall, which is a great record, it sits in a certain place in Black contemporary pop music. And we forget that music is so segregated. Maybe still to this day, the most segregated place in the world is music categorization. And I hate it. A little less so than now. And I stress a little. Un poquito. But still, we think of things as like race specific music for some reason. This is Black music. And when you listen to Off the Wall, that was Black pop music perfection at that time. I don't know who would want to deny that. It sold a fuck ton of records. More so after the fact with Thriller, but still, even at the time, it sold a fuck ton of records. By the time Thriller comes out, Michael Jackson is telling you with the marketing, and I don't think he sat there with marketing people and told them what to do. You're going to call me the king of pop. I shall be your leader. I don't think that's what happens. But to even pretend to have that crown, you have to do something that encompasses everybody. And again, Black pop music, especially in the MTV era, sat in such a, still to this day sits in a different place for people. You think my white neighbors know who the fuck Luther Vandross is? And if anybody fucking comments, oh, that's ridiculous. Everyone knows who Luther Vandross is. No, they don't. No, they don't. But everybody knows who the fuck Michael Jackson is. And when you listen to a song like Beat It, I knew who Eddie Van Halen was before I heard Van Halen. My intro to Van Halen is Beat It. And I loved Beat It. I was dancing all over. My parents were still married. That's how long ago that shit was. I was dancing all over the house. You ever was a kid and then you had church shoes and you was trying to do the Michael Jackson spin in the kitchen with your church shoes on? Did you ever do that? I did that shit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie at all. Shout out. Yeah, somebody says rest in peace, Quincy Jones. Yeah, shout out Quincy Jones. Great fucking record. But there's elements of that record that have to incorporate guitar-oriented music because guitar-oriented music, regardless of what you hear and read, I read so much because I'm writing this. I also want to send a shout out to Mike Watson and Revol Press as I send in my abstract for my section of the What Is Left of Metal. Come on, feel the noise. What killed hair metal? And it ain't grunge. It's my chapter where we talk about capitalist reproduction. But when you listen to Thriller, go back and listen to it. Great record. You understand, oh, I see why everybody likes this record. It's still got the dance hits, right? There's some kind of disco-y things because it comes out in 82. But it also has things, songs like Thriller, the title track. What is that? Like, seriously, tell me what Beat It and Thriller are. Are they funk? Are they rock? Right now, we're probably just going to say pop music. which is just popular. But really, what is Thriller? Why has no one written Thriller Part 2? And we live in capitalist reproduction. We're always trying to reproduce a hit. I haven't seen anyone write Thriller Part 2. Why can't you write Thriller Part 2? Is it that complex of a song? Why can't you write Beat It Part 2? There was something about that record encompassing these elements of not just rock music, but heavy rock music. Steve Lukather from Toto is already playing the rhythm on Beat It. Actually, he's playing, Toto is like the backing band for Thriller. So that's letting you know already. And this is at a moment where Toto is like a heavier rock band. They're not the Rosanna yacht rock band you think they are. Even listen to a song like Hold the Line. That's so heavy. Doom, 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 doom. Right? Bringing these white boys in. And it's not like there's not black people that can play that stuff. Go back and listen to the Isley Brothers if you don't believe me. Go back and listen to Parliament Funkadelic if you don't believe me. Go back and listen to Rick James if you don't believe me. Prince is a thing at this moment in time. So it's not like there's not black people at this moment that they can't play what they're trying to do. He wanted a specific sound that was coming from a specific place. And it worked very well on that record. Very, very well on that record. And it's also kind of a sign of things to come. Now, when I watch all these documentaries about hair metal, it always starts with someone saying, rock music was dead. You got to the clubs in 81, and rock music was dead. And I was like, really? So the first thing I go do is, because so much is documented on the internet, right? And you can look and see the charts. You can see from 80 to 82 what was charting, what kind of music it was. Was synthesizer music played by younger people quite popular? Yes. Another thing we don't talk about enough is the change for synthy, what we would probably call new wave, rocky music, and punk. That's a thin line. That's literally going and saying, I'm not going to wear the jacket with the holes in it today, and I'll just button up the button-up shirt all the way and put a skinny tie on and keep the makeup. It's not a big leap for a lot of those people to tone, especially if you knew how to play your instrument, to tone down a little bit. Maybe bring a keyboard player in or not, because the music is already pretty simple. You're staying within the 3-chord, 2-chord song structure. The early synth stuff, I'm not a big fan. Like the early Depeche Mode stuff, oh. If I have to hear I Just Can't Get Enough, oof. Violator, all day long. But I digress. We're talking about 82. But, you know, one of the big songs from 1982 is I Love Rock and Roll by Joan Jett. It was the #1 hit. There's a lot of charting songs on this playlist. So this idea that no one was doing rock and roll, everybody had a skinny tie and fucking synthesizer. It's like, I get what you're trying to say, is because punk music had worn out its welcome relatively quick in the LA club scene because those people were so destructive. Number 2, you bring a very unwanted police presence. One of the underreported things I think about when we talk about punk music, especially out of Southern California, and when I say punk, I mean like hardcore music, the early years of hardcore, is that the police were beating the shit out of those kids. Beating the shit out of those kids. Ask Bill Cody about it. Ask Henry Rollins about it. Ask Alice Bagg about it. Ask anybody that was there, and they'll tell you those motherfuckers hate cops. They hate cops with a hate that's, whew. You think NWA? No, them niggas don't hate cops, but them cats hate cops because they were literally getting in fights with them after the show. So who wants to have that level of negative police presence around your business that might already be doing some things mildly nefariously, right? We might be dealing a little blow out of the bank. We might be buying liquor in a way we're not supposed to buy liquor. We have a liquor license. We might be serving underage people. Do I really want the cops hanging out at my fucking spot all the time? Probably not. Right? I love all club owners, but that is a dark business. And the new wave guys didn't bring the same attention. They bring a different crowd. And not everybody wants to be part of your fucking transgressive fight club. You know, again, I've wrote about this, the culture of that music. It's very ostracizing. So, you know, there are material reasons why people put on the skinny tie. And also, we have to remember a lot of people get into music not to be, you know, the most important artist of all time and write a song that will bring peace to the world. I mean, they can think that in their minds because the ego is a motherfucker in the music industry. But legitimately, they want money. They want a job doing music. And if toning things down a little bit and changing your outfit can get you some success, is an easier pathway to a record deal, so be it. It's just that easy. But as I've said before, by the time Ozzy Osbourne releases that first solo record, that to me is the groundwork for hair metal. Ozzy Osbourne, Rainbow, Scorpions, these bands had a lot of influence on harder metal bands that would precede them. But what effect did they end up having on what would later be described as hair metal? Someone says, you're telling me MJ didn't bring peace to the world with that music video? Which one? Michael Jackson is one of those delusional people, that probably really felt that he was changing the world with music. And I could see why. If you've ever spent time, and this is going to sound like fuck you, Jay, but oh well. It's worse things you can tell me to fuck off for. If you've ever spent time on a tour bus, you're really shut off from a lot of aspects of the world. And every time you pop into an area, especially when you're like that level of famous, you pop into an area and everybody's so excited to see you, and people are like crying in the front row. And if you are doing like the meet and greet thing, people are just like telling you things like, your album saved my life. I was suicidal. I was depressed. And listening to your album got me out of a very negative place. You'll hear some of the saddest stories in your life at one of those things. Every time, listening to your record, I was sitting there with the gun in my mouth. And I just kept listening to your record over and over again. And I knew that there was a better way. And I want to thank you. And here's this gift I made for you. Holy shit. That's every night. Not a couple nights. Not this one time. No, every night. This is the era of fan mail. Here's this big laundry bag full of mail we got at your fan office. The label's getting bombarded with fan mail. We picked out the top 10 for you to respond to. And they all sound like the gun in the mouth thing. You probably think that you can change the world with your song. I feel very confident that you think you're way more important than you are. Because for however long that you are in this top echelon of artists for, that's how long people are going to tell you how wonderful you are. It's going to be real hard to realize you're not wonderful. Either you're going to have to come across somebody way more famous than you. If you're Michael Jackson, have fun trying to find that person. Or you're going to have to lose it all for some stupid reason. And reality can come crashing down for people in a way that just isn't fair. I legitimately feel like it's just not fair. It is extremely hard to stay humble. You could be the most humble person. You can be the most humble person in the world. But if everyone is constantly telling you how wonderful you are, you will believe it at some point, unless you just shut yourself off and don't do those things, and you don't read the fan mail. And in the era of internet, you don't have any social media. And that's kind of the only way. Again, hanging around Paul Stanley. If he would have been not rude, but said, I can't talk right now. I didn't approach him, by the way. He stopped me to talk to me. Maybe it's because life went like this for that guy. And at a certain point, you get to, I just don't care. Yeah, I'm Paul Stanley. Yeah, but I just don't care anymore. Because you know what? I was Paul Stanley, and I was the hottest shit in the world. And then I wasn't for like 8 years. And then I found out what the internet was. So at this point in my life, I just don't care. It takes a while to get that. I just don't care. It takes a long while to get there. But Michael Jackson definitely believed he was going to change the world with music. There's a super chat. Thank you very much, Ayatollah of Rock and Rolla. Mr. Miles, are you aware of the Status Quo, not a metal band per se, more hard boogie rock, who released 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 2 big in UK, but never got their dues in the US? No, I don't know them. I don't know them. Someone says Joe Satriani came out of the skinny tie scene. Power pop was what the Squares called themselves. Did they call themselves power pop? I feel like that's a newer word. I could be wrong. I always felt like that's a newer term. But back to the Ozzy thing. Because Ozzy leaves Black Sabbath, gets the solo thing started. They're looking for a hotshot guitar player. They bring in Randy Rhoads, who is not necessarily Eddie Van Halen. He's doing his own thing that is very different from Eddie Van Halen. They have different influences, actually. Eddie Van Halen is on record saying, dude, I love fucking Black Sabbath. That was one aspect that David Lee Roth hated about Eddie Van Halen and Alex, that they actually liked metal. They realized, like, that's not entertaining. That's not going to get chicks to the shows. Dumbass. Randy Rhoads, not a Black Sabbath fan. Did not want to play the Black Sabbath songs. Wasn't a fan. Took a little bit of forcing for him to do that. Anyway, Randy Rhoads is in a band called Quiet Riot. Quiet Riot is trying to do the what we would now call classic rock with a little bit of glam, right? They got the kind of cutesy outfits on from some of those bands from the 70s, like the Sweet and T-Rex and stuff like that. And Randy Rhoads is a bad motherfucker playing guitar. And Quiet Riot just isn't hitting. They get like a weird Japanese deal with one of the majors, but they can't really get a US deal. When the opportunity comes to apply out for Ozzy, begrudgingly he tried out. He didn't want to do it. He gets the gig right away because he was just such a good player. And that first Ozzy record is extremely different than a Black Sabbath record. It's not as heavy. It's a little brighter sounding, in my opinion, maybe because of the tuning. And Randy is coming from a very different place musically. I mean, there's also a large age gap between those two guys. He's coming from a different place musically than Ozzy was at for those previous 15 years or whatever of his career. And some of those songs in that first record, Blizzard of Oz, are throwaway Quiet Riot riffs. So this band that would later be kind of the first hard rock band, if you will, to go number one, Quiet Riot, or metal band, whatever you want to call them. There's this wave again of this music that we're going to call heavy metal because it's not rock. It's a lot more distorted. It's a lot faster. Generally, it's a lot darker. But when Ozzy hits with Blizzard of Oz, his image and his reputation is the darkness of the music, because the music is pretty radio friendly. Crazy Train, some of the funniest memes on the internet are Crazy Train memes, because that opening riff of that song is one of the greatest opening riffs ever. You're like, you're ready for something to go down. And then when the song comes in, you're like, what the fuck did he just say? What happened to the song? I don't know if you can do that today and have a song be such a large hit. If you remember the reality show, The Osbournes, it opened with Crazy Train, but a lounge version of it. And the lounge version, I think a lot of people didn't even notice it was an Ozzy Osbourne song because the words aren't negative. It's like the happiest song you've ever heard. And this, for me, is kind of the foundation of what's going to be hair metal. So when I see all these documentaries, oh, there was a dark time for me. I'm sure it was harder for certain bands to get gigs. I brought up the whole Robert Plant. I always get Robert Plant and Robert Palmer mixed up. They are very different British men. These guys that have been around, these establishment acts, are making really bad records and solo records. I understand why people think rock music might be dead, but it's not. Thriller tells you it's not. I never see. I guess it doesn't fit the narrative of like, out of the ashes of nothing came this thing we were going to call metal. There's this really cool interview with Ronnie James Dio from late 90s, early 2000s. Rest in peace, Ronnie James Dio. Also, please go watch the Dio documentary. One of the best music docs out there, and it will make you cry if you have a soul. If you don't cry, you don't have a soul. Dio says that he hated the hair metal bands because he felt like everybody got lumped into the metal category, even those guys, and they were never metal, and they ruined it for him and the rest of the metal guys. I don't know if I believe that wholeheartedly, but I understand where the frustration comes from. When you think about this moment, 1982, these guys are making very honest records, right? Listen to Screaming for Vengeance and tell me you think Judas Priest is trying to make a pop record. Fuck no. They don't know this stuff is going to really blow up. Van Halen, Diver Down. They've had success. They're playing big places. They're no longer the opening act by the time Diver Down is an album. But they don't know where they're going to go because MTV is in its infancy. So no one knows the power yet of cable television and MTV. So 82 is another interesting year because I don't want to say it's pure. I don't want to say that. It's just the way music is getting out is still, you have to tour. Festivals aren't, especially domestically, aren't what they are today. It's just a different era. Radio's very important, but radio isn't playing a lot of this stuff either. When you go and listen to the metal dudes, we had to go get these imports. There was this one record store in San Francisco that sold the import records, and that's where we would get them. And you hear what they say: I traded drugs for records. Because another thing I want to keep reminding people is, because I think we forget this too, is we didn't have the history of recorded music at our fingertips. You had to save money and buy shit. So if you're bumping Foghat from 75, you're probably bumping Foghat from 75 in 82. Unless someone's making you this newfangled thing called a mixtape. And you got to have some money to have a cassette recorder to be able to record from a record. So people are recording from the radio. Like, just the means and the way you got stuff was just so different. It was more difficult to a certain degree. There's trading of music going on right now in this era, which I think is actually kind of cool. I do appreciate when people send me new music, because I don't want to search for anything. But the guys that followed, that the derivative of some of these great bands, I hate to say it, is bands like Motley Crue. It's not really Wasp, even though they get lumped in, because Wasp to me is a continuation of that new wave of British heavy metal. You know, they're going to do all the things that are shocking. Like, hey, we grew up listening to Alice Cooper and Kiss, but we also really fucking dig Maiden. Here's Wasp. When we listen to, even Quiet Riot, I think Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister's on this list, and for some people, they're going to be like, I don't know that song. Yeah, because we know Twisted Sister from the videos. And videos had a weird effect on hair metal. So as metal becomes popular in the 80s, right, record labels are like, okay, well, this rock thing can work. Ozzy showed us it works. Definitely the Van Halen boys are showing us it works. We got this, what are they called? I just forgot their band. Quiet Riot Band. Let's put them in with the producer. See what we get, right? Come On, Feel the Noise is a big hit, the following year in 83. Motley gets their major label deal, and they're going to release Shout at the Devil in 83, which is a big record. They do the US Festival. And for those that don't know, the US Festival was 3 days. There was not multiple stages. There was one stage. And they broke it down by kind of genre. And the hard rock and metal day had outpaced the other days almost 2-1. So there was like 300,000 people to see Priest, Scorpions, Van Halen, Motley Crue, and Quiet Riot. US Festival is very important in metal's growth. So you could see its importance with people, even though it wasn't getting a certain kind of traction in the popular forms of media. radio and MTV, but people wanted it. They told, no, this is what we want. And then you got it in spades. We're going to give you all the Quiet Riot. I think the video transition for some of those bands didn't work as well, not because they weren't good performers, not because they weren't good rock stars, sometimes because they just weren't that attractive. Let's just be honest. Video really did kill the radio star. Ask Billy Squier. He was very popular until the video years. Ask Toto. There's a lot of bands that just didn't make it to the video years because, and we can argue about attractiveness all day long. I'm not going to sit here and say, Vince Neil is hotter than Kevin DuBrow because I just don't give a shit. But I think the people told you that. Twisted Sister had these songs like We're Not Gonna Take It, which to me I don't like that song. I just maybe if I was at a sporting event or something and my team was down and they played it right in the fourth quarter to like rile up the defense or some shit. I don't know. Maybe I'd get fired up, but not a big fan. But that video fucking works. I Want to Rock, it fucking works. And do you then write songs for these cartoonish videos? Because if you do, then you become a one-trick pony. That's why Twisted Sister for a lot of people is like 2 songs. They have quite a few records that I don't think people know exist. My co-host with me is here. Please welcome longtime friend, one of the baddest musicians I know, and also a great dad, Pasquale Romero.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Oh, not much. Do I sound okay? I came in completely cold, untested. My equipment's just on. Here I am.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
All right.
Make sure your microphone, check the settings thing and make sure your microphone is coming through and it's not picking up on computer audio.
Let me do this. I'm gonna do this. I've got this microphone. Is that a little better?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
How are you?
Oh, good. Busy, man. I'm flying solo with the kids this weekend. So it's been, I was like, yeah, I could be ready on, no, here we go. 2 minutes, 3 minutes late.
It's all good. I figured that there was a kid emergency in your home. And that emergency might have been an ass kicking. Sometimes that happens.
It's my ass getting kicked. As a
well, none of them are teenagers yet. So
no. Felix is 11, so he's approaching. He's definitely trying to get there as quickly as possible. I'll tell you that.
Oh, like I said, there was an ass kick.
Yeah.
Pasquale was like, "Oh, you forgot how big my fist was." I'm totally kidding, CPS. Stay back.
Never laid hands on my kids, man. I can't. They're too strong.
But in all seriousness, we're over here riffing about. Right now, I'm riffing about hair metal and its origins, and I say the first hair metal record is Blizzard of Oz.
That's a good one. I mean, that one. It's not front of mind when I think hair metal, but but I can't. It's hard to argue that because sonically, that is definitely a hair metal record in my opinion. So I think you kind of nailed that, and I hadn't even thought of that.
I think it lays the foundation for what these guys are going to do. I think the way we look at hair metal originally was called pop metal.
Yep.
And I think Ozzy makes pop metal records.
Yeah.
Because if you listen to anything he did with Black Sabbath, and then go and listen to all the solo stuff is way more digestible. And I think, again, with the success of some of the heavier bands from like this year, 1982, mostly Maiden and Priest, right?
Right.
And then let's just throw in Van Halen for good measure. You want something that's a little more accessible, and I think these LA bands can give it to you. The first Motley Crue record for me, and I really like Too Fast for Love. It's got a punky attitude.
Yep.
I even love the kind of dingy mix of that record, that very 80s bassy mix. I actually got to interview Tom Werman, the guy that produced Shout at the Devil.
Cool.
I think he produced All the Way to Girls. And he said something that made me rethink about Shout at the Devil. I still like that record, but he said, it was an average rock album, but people just really liked it. This is what I say about Shout at the Devil, and I would love to hear what you have to say about this. I went back and I'm writing this piece, and I am going to solicit you to write a piece for this book coming out called What's Left of Metal.
Okay.
And I'm writing this thing on hair metal, right? And I'm watching these interviews with Nikki Sixx and Vince Neil, and you look at the cover of Shout at the Devil, and it's just a pentagram and their name in red. That's it.
Yeah.
That was the most dangerous thing in 1983. And the music that's in it, we listen to Shout at the Devil, the song, it's not really a manifesto of devil worship or even hedonism. Like, there's not too much super crazy stuff in the record. No. Motley Crue is more lore about them outside of the record business.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what always struck me about that album, because I remember when I was getting into metal, it was a little while after that album came out. It's probably the late 80s. But I remember just like how that record, especially because we were kind of like full force in the Satanic Panic, social kind of views of metal was like very, the parents were mad, everyone was upset, like, and it made metal the coolest thing ever, and so when you're looking for kind of the like what imagery you want to like get into, that album cover, it just stands out to me in my memory as something that I kind of like gravitated towards, because I was like, oh, that's evil, that's satanic. And then when I listened to it, I was like, it's just like a bunch of kids talking about partying, and that's it's like just so superficial, and I mean, and not like in a bad way, because that's what rock and roll was at that time, but like it was so like glaringly opposite of what like Venom was doing, or any of the, which was another band that 1982 they established an entire sound. So and so that kind of like is the funny dichotomy of Motley Crue, and like as you go through the 80s, they keep telling stories about themselves, and like you get out to like Dr. Feelgood and stuff, where it's like they're trying to be a little more serious about themselves, but still it's like kind of goofy ass, like, autobiographical, party rock. So
that's so funny that you put it like that, because I guess that's what it is. Because when you listen to that record and Motley Crue, if again, go back and watch the interviews, there's these like, and it's a lot of news interviews. This is even like, because there's no MTV news at this moment. This is 83. Yeah. And they're like, a satanic band is coming to, Lansing, Michigan tonight. Motley Crue is bringing their devil worship to Michigan. Yeah. And you're like, word?
Yeah.
And then, Nikki Sixx and Vince are twisted out of their minds, and they're sitting there like, we're not really devil worshipers, bro.
Right. It was funny too, because that was another kind of like angle of it back then, was the whole thing of putting forth the imagery and then rolling back the messaging. Like, it's a very political way to behave as a band. Kiss was doing it in the 70s, like, you
Yes.
know, like they dip their toe in it and they get very blatant about, the demon, and then Motley Crue with the pentagrams, and I mean, and then they're on Tommy Lee's bass drums, and then but then every time people ask him about it, they're always walking it back, and then
Always.
it's like, which is funny, because I mean, I think, and even Ozzy does it. Ozzy has always done that, like, and like, he's always said he's a Christian, for instance, and in Ozzy's like solo work, I don't see any reason that it kind of like crosses that, but like in the Sabbath days, like, they definitely were dipping their toes into the esoteric, and it was like, and so it is funny that it almost seems like a very like marketing viewpoint to be like, let's seem evil, but then make sure we walk it back every time someone asks us. And it wasn't until you got into bands like Venom and some death metal bands in the 80s that you see people saying, yeah, fuck it, let's just go full force.
Deicide.
Yeah.
Deicide just doubles down on it. They're like, just burn it into my forehead, bro. I've got to be real. Right? The struggle of being real. I don't know what that is. Earlier on, I asked this question about the new wave of British heavy metal bands being kind of the forefathers of what we're later going to call thrash metal, right?
Yeah.
Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Diamond Head, Budgie. There's a lot of bands that come out of that new wave of British heavy metal scene. For me, Metallica is like Diamond Head, maybe with a little less guitar chops at that time.
Yeah.
Americanized and turned to 11.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've gone back and listened to that music, the new wave of British heavy metal stuff as well.
Oh yeah.
How do you see it as influencing those early thrash guys?
Yeah, I think you're right on the money. I think of like Iron Maiden Killers as being kind of an album that really, if you were to kind of like throw it in with that early thrash and kind of decontextualize it, I think you'd hear it and be like, yeah, that's part of that. And I think a big thing with thrash in general is because, it took a lot of like that kind of like American punk thing, and which was that it's just kind of, it was like sloppy and aggressive, and they wanted to like sort of rein it in a little bit, and then they took that instrumentation. I mean, all the instrumentation, you listen to any Metallica album before, even the Black Album has some of it. I mean, it all is like, we want to use these sort of epic instrumentations over this like very intense kind of riffing, and I mean, you say Diamond Head, I mean, that the band is an influence that Metallica wears blatantly on their sleeve, and so, and I think, I mean, you're right. Like, I think so. To me, it's new wave of British heavy metal had a huge influence on it, and then, I think the kids that did it were like kids who were into punk and got into, British heavy metal. That's how it feels to me, at least.
Yeah, because I think punk leaves a certain, how do I put this? Because of that authenticity in punk, and I say that, I mean, you have to be a real punk to be part of the scene.
Yeah.
I don't know if those dudes gave a shit to be real punks, so to speak, to be part of that scene.
Yeah.
I definitely, there's aspects of it that they dug, because throughout their careers, they're wearing GBH shirts, they're wearing Dead Kennedy stuff,
Misfits everywhere.
They definitely are taking influences from it. They're definitely listening to it. They love the aggression from it. I mean, Early Discharge to me really is the Metallica tone from Kill 'Em All.
Yeah, yeah.
That being said, I think when those guys hear those import records coming from the UK, like Diamond Head, like Sad Wings of Destiny and all that shit, they're like, oh, this is like the stuff we're listening to already. This is like Aerosmith, but heavier.
Right.
Like, this is heavy Aerosmith. Because the reason I put the hard rock stuff in there too is like, we can't deny that these bands that become the heaviest thing in the universe are influenced by stuff like Kiss
Oh
and
yeah.
Foghat. Because
AC/DC.
that's what you had access to,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, these kids were all listening to that stuff, BOC, like, of course, Deep Purple, stuff like that. Like, it's all,
Rainbow, yeah.
and it's all there. And I think as you hear some of these bands like get, further into their middle age and stuff, I mean, and now we're talking, I mean, these guys are nearly geriatric, but we we look at like middle-aged Metallica, or not even middle-aged, like in their 30s, it's like you could hear them kind of dial it back to that like roots of hard rock. And I mean, functionally, their albums, in my opinion, were more hard rock albums until Saint Anger, I guess, which, is definitely a departure. I'm not a big fan of theirs outside of their first really 3 records, but I acknowledge that it's a band that just wanted to, like, they're just like, we're gonna do something that's a little more AC/DC. I mean, you can see it too when you look at even just the way they were like touring with like Corrosion and Conformity and stuff in the early 90s. Both those bands took a similar turn. Like, they both went very kind of rock and roll, which I like is cool. I like COC. So it's kind of a I think you can see how it informs these bands because of how these bands evolve. And I think the same thing happened even with like Megadeth, like less so maybe, but what we call dad rock is pretty much informed by the generation who embraces it. So when I think of dad rock, I think of like my parents' generation and the stuff in the 60s they were into and stuff. And I realized that like the stuff that I kind of peg as dad rock that they got into later on was just bands that were very influenced by the same bands that they liked when they were younger. And so I think, bands like Metallica, it's a perfect example because they just, it's like these guys aren't selling out. I mean, they are business wise, but they're not selling out. They're not selling out. Like, their sound is just becoming, they're untouchable at this point. They just put out whatever they want. And so they become bands that are just like kind of a cover band of the stuff they grew up listening to before they got into thrash. And I think a lot of thrash bands do that. It's very rare that you get a Testament or an Exodus that kind of stays full bore the whole time. So it's I think it just happens. That's actually, why
that's an interesting perspective to say you become a cover band of what you really dug growing up.
Yeah.
Because that, to me, that's Metallica in a nutshell after the Black Album. After the Black Album, it's like, we got all the cars.
Yeah.
What are you going to do now?
Play some Bob Seger songs, man.
Yeah. Turn the page. Oh, God. That's, what's funny about that? But a good friend of mine, I think someone we know mutually, works for Five Finger Death Punch.
Okay.
And he came out to Southern California, and I hadn't seen this cat in years. Actually, I met Cindy tour managing his band.
Oh, okay.
That's how far back me and this cat go. And so I hadn't seen him in a long time. So, Jay, I'm going to be in Chula Vista. So I go to the big fucking amphitheater in Chula Vista, and it's Five Finger and Manson. And I'd never seen Five Finger Death Punch live. I'd never really listened to the music. I don't listen to too much like modern music. For me, I'm not as bad as Scott Ian, where he's like, modern music is refused, but I'm not too far off,
right?
from saying shit like that. So the singer goes, "We've been opening for Metallica all over the world." He's saying this thing and everybody's cheering. And he goes, "All my life I've wanted to sing this song." And I'm thinking he's going to go into Fade to Black. Motherfucker does Turn the Page.
Yep, that's very on brand there. Yeah, I
was like, what?
There's that's like another layer to that too, right? Because like they're a band that's influenced by the bands when they were in their cover band era. So it's like And look, man, I'm like, I don't listen to those guys. I know the bass player Chris pretty well because before he was in the band, he was on my couch. But he, but he, but they, whatever, they do their thing. Like they've never not been that. So like, it's weird to me to be too like, firing shots at them because I'm like, they started that, they were born that way, man. I don't know what, like,
Lady Gaga.
Yeah,
They're born this way.
and when I was in the LA scene in the mid 2000s, in this moment, played a lot of shows with them. So whatever. Like I've got a little history with them. I don't know them super well besides Chris, but like I just and again, this is no shade. It's just that's who they are. So it's funny to me.
It's not selling out. Yeah, like, it's not selling out.
I couldn't, but like that just sounds like so on brand for them to, be like, this is my favorite Metallica song that was written by Bob Seger.
Yeah, I kind of, and dude, the crowd just lost their shit and everybody's singing along. And because I sat in the crowd, I didn't do that corny shit where you watch the show behind it. It sucks, stupid. Yeah, fucking watch it with everybody else. Yeah. But my mouth dropped a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's that's interesting. Yeah. But again, to your point, I don't begrudge these people. They are employing a very good friend of mine.
Yeah.
I'm extremely happy for him.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great gig. He's got
that money, man.
Yeah, the cover band phase of a band is funny because Metallica releases that double album of covers, which is one of my two favorite go-to Metallica records that I can just play. Garage Days, and sometimes I'll just put on that double album. They do. Hey, Metallica does a great Queen. Stone Cold Crazy is fucking awesome.
That's a banger, man.
Right? I love their Misfits covers.
Yeah.
Come on. Metallica was my intro drug into some of this old new wave of British heavy metal stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm not gonna shit on them for I if you can do an interesting cover, I will listen to it.
Yeah. I agree. In fact, my favorite thing is hearing a cover of a song that I didn't like and I end up liking it, which is one of the coolest things that ever happens.
Do you have an example of that?
Now I have to think. I know it.
I'm trying to think. You know who did a good cover of a song that I wasn't the biggest fan of, but I really liked their cover? When Dillinger Escape Plan covered Justin Timberlake.
Oh yeah. That's a good example. I would argue that I like Typo Negative's Summer Breeze more than Seals and Croft.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, the Seals and Croft song is great. It's a beautiful song, but
yeah.
The thing I love about Typo Negative doing that song is it is like, what the fuck are you doing covering this song? And then also, goddamn, that's like a heavy doom song now. And it's just like, to me, I'm like that's what a cover should be. Like, I love that it's almost unrecognizably different in tone, but like the melody's there, the structure's all there. But man, I love the way they did that song because it's just so out of pocket for a band like that to do a song like that.
I gotta find that then. That sounds interesting. I'm just getting into. I never was a huge Typo Negative fan. Not that I hated them, just wasn't a band on my radar. Right? Like, as I've been talking about on this show back in the day, just getting into a band that didn't seem cool enough for you to pay for.
Right.
That's a level of commitment I wasn't willing to have in my younger years that now I can just get into a bunch of shit that I didn't really care about.
Yeah. I think Typo, the secret to them was that the reason I got so into them was because they played with so many super heavy bands. Like they'd tour with death metal bands all the time. And back then it was like metal kind of had to just be thrown in together. It was really hard to get like, a set that was just the same type of band all the way through. It was always like you'd have one really heavy like Obituary would be on it, and then you'd have like some like band like Typo or something. And Typo and Fear Factory toured together a bunch. And that's actually how I got to know Peter in the 2000s. And so so really like the exposure to them, and it was kind of a Roadrunner Records thing too. Anyone who was on Roadrunner really Carnivore fucking rules. It was like all these Roadrunner bands were just like a hodgepodge. So you'd see like, yeah, it was like Machine Head would go out with, you know, I think they went out with Type O Negative. I think like here's another thing. Machine Head and Nickelback went out together at one point. So
No
Nickelback
shit.
was a Roadrunner band originally.
They were originally a Roadrunner band.
And and they went out with a bunch of heavy bands, and people were not too into it because Nickelback was like, their early days were very different from what they are now, but it was still like kind of this weird, like, I don't know if I'd call it jam rock or something. It was not heavy at all. It was really strange for Roadrunner, but you know, big props to Monty Connor though for figuring that out.
Money.
Yeah, I mean,
that vision.
He just saw it and he's like, this will be big. And, you know, same with Slipknot. I don't know if Slipknot ever played with Nickelback. That would have been a funny one. But yeah, like that's like how the 90s were. So you just would pick up they did tour with Godflesh, I think. Yeah, Nickelback and Godflesh. What the fuck?
It's weird to think that, like, I mentioned this quote earlier from Ronnie James Dio from an interview I saw from him from the late 90s, early 2000s, where he kind of shit on hair metal, and he was like, hair metal came out when we were just starting to make inroads into kind of I don't want to say the pop world, but to kind of being legitimate. And these guys came and ruined it for everybody because they were just so overly flamboyant and silly. And I think a lot of the early metal guys, I mean, to this day, I think, you know, Rob Halford takes being a metal guy very seriously. I think I think Maiden takes being metal ambassadors very, very seriously for whatever that means.
Yeah.
And the hair metal guys, especially after Poison, because, you know, going back to that Motley Crue Shout at the Devil, after Shout at the Devil, I don't know what they are. They're drug addicts that have put it together fashion wise and enough for people to care about them, because Theater of Pain outside of Home Sweet Home is a horrible record.
Yeah.
If people don't believe me, go back and listen to Theater of Pain and tell me what songs on there are bangers for you. Is if you say Save Our Souls and we're like, you're a liar.
No. That album really kind of forecasted their future in terms of like where they'd land as a band. I think their recent efforts very much echo that to me, and it feels like and I feel like they were done in different spirits, but Iron Maiden's just Iron Maiden. Motley Crue is just one of those bands where they can put lightning in a bottle, but like it took it took, you know, a fresh band to really put out the energy that they debuted with, and then it took maybe an experienced band to put out Feel Good. Because that was sort of their Black album. Like it was a little polarizing, but commercially brilliant. And frankly, I actually do think the musicianship on that record is pretty phenomenal. But like it just shows that it's like they only had it in them like really functionally 2 times, and it's because they had a fuck around album that was awesome, and then they had a find out album that sucked, and then they fuck around again, you know. So, and now they're finding out again, you know, 40 years later. But it's, you know, whatever.
I listened to a little bit of the new Motley Crue record because I thought to myself, maybe this John 5 edition is going to be interesting for them songwriting wise, because I honestly thought that's why they brought John 5 in, because we're going to interject the band with some youth and some songwriting talent. We got this John 5 guy.
Yeah.
He's got it. I don't know about John 5's songwriting history. I don't know him outside of the zombie Manson stuff. But I do know he is a very established musician. Like, he is a shredder.
Yeah.
I listened to the single, the Canceled song, and I believe in my soul that that is an AI song. I do not believe real people played that. I don't believe real people came up with those words.
That's probably pretty likely.
They did not. Nikki Sixx, somebody showed him Chat GPT and he's like, no way. No way. I'm going to put it. No way. Look at the song lyrics. Tommy, come here. Tommy, dude. Yeah, that's not a real record.
Yeah, someone commented that Nicky would never let anyone take his songwriting credits. Yeah, I think that's probably fair, which is why Chat GPT is so brilliant, because there's no copyright there. So. But
dude, listen to that song. If you everyone go listen to Canceled, and you send me a message and tell me, Jason, yes, that's AI.
I just the title of that, I'm like, God, man, you guys are so fun. Like, it's just like that tells you how far over they are. Like, when they're like, we got to like tap into the cultural zeitgeist of America and use a word that everyone has a reaction to. You know, it's like, dude, fucking, this is not like, it's not like Shout at the Devil Days, where like moms were mad at the satanic stuff and kids were psyched by it. Like, you're just like pandering to nothing. Like, everyone's over this shit. Like, and then on top of it, you're just phoning in an album, and you know, like, I don't know, man. Like, John 5 probably could have brought something interesting. I know he's got some. I mean, some of Manson's stuff was written by him, and I think I want to say some of Zombie's stuff. I can't remember for sure, but like, I mean, he is a brilliant musician. But I think even still, like, we look at him as being kind of young blood, but it's like, I think he's our age. I mean, he's
older than us.
Yeah, we're like, I try to like put my life on a timeline with like where bands were when they were my age, and like, I'm starting to get to the age where I don't like referencing that, and like all the worst stuff. Mid to late 40s, man. It's not good.
I was talking about that earlier, that I think one of the reasons why people, because you know, you watch all the documentaries. Did you watch that 3-part documentary series, which I think is pretty good, on hair metal, on that Paramount released, Nothing But a Good Time?
No, I haven't seen that one.
It is definitely worth checking out.
I'll check it out. Okay.
It's definitely worth checking out. But they all start from the same premise. Rock was dead, and then came Quiet Riot and Motley Crue. And that's just not the case. That's why I want to talk about the year 1982, because all these records come out in this era. These people are saying that, oh, nobody was playing rock music and everybody wanted to be the Knack. It's like, the Knack, for me, and I don't know if you agree with this, for me, there's an extremely thin line between these genres: goth, punk, new wave.
Yeah. I mean, there's bands. I can name bands that are all three with a bullet, like, like
right, easy.
There you go.
In the early 80s.
Yeah.
War Dance is like, what, 80? I think it comes out in 80, right? 79, 80.
Something like that.
Yeah. So it's like, come on, dude. Like, that's such a thin line. And if you think about how violent those shows were and how the police were cracking down, if you're a club owner, you don't want to have your shit broken. You don't want to deal with these people.
Yeah.
And that was a problem for the early hardcore scene, finding places to play. If you're mildly competent on your instrument and you just take the patches off the jacket, now you're a new wave band.
Yep.
You can keep the patches on your jacket, turn the distortion down, get a chorus pedal. Now you're a goth band.
Yep.
Like, it wasn't difficult. You didn't have to change. You could, if you want to be a goth band, you literally could keep all of the shit.
Yep.
And just turn the tempo down.
Yep.
And now you're Christian Death.
Yep.
You know, so this idea that everybody was trying to sell out, it's like, were they trying to sell it or just trying to get a gig?
Yep. I think, I mean, I think that pretty much nails it. And I think the vast majority of musicians are really kidding themselves if like they say they've never done that to some extent. I mean, it's one thing to be about bowing to the pressure to like be pop or something, but like it's another thing to say that like you've found a lane and you stayed in it so true to that lane that like you never wavered one way or the other. Like everyone does it. You test the waters. You're like, can we do a song like this? Can we change up our image a little bit? And yeah, it happens at every level. I mean, punk, like the most punks in the world did that shit. So it's a natural thing as a music. It's a thing as an artist. Like you're always gonna do that. And I think it's funny that in music, it gets turned into, it like gets weaponized, and then it like makes people have to like argue over whether something's like goth or new wave. That's why I like bands like Killing Joke, where you go from album to album and you're like, there's this fucking industrial metal record now. Like,
that's the dopest industrial metal record I've ever heard. Yeah,
and is just incredible, like top to bottom. And they're a band that in a single album could be a new wave band, a metal band, and a goth band, and a punk band. Like it's incredible. And that's why I think and kind of looking into, as you were saying, like the evolution of metal in 1982 specifically, it's old guard guys who think that they just truly believe that they're in their lane, and like that lane is like the only lane that they can be in, and people kind of pulling up in another lane and thinking that being passed by that car is causing problems for them. But it's like, dude, nothing stopped. Like nothing stopped. It only increased. Every single level of metal increased that year. I mean, you do have you have your, I mean, as I referenced earlier, like, yeah, you got Shout at the Devil, but you also have Black Metal by Venom. Like, like those two albums came out the same goddamn year. So you can't tell me that hair metal did shit. Like other badass shit was starting that very same year, while, the so-called rise of hair metal. I mean, hair metal lasted a handful of years, like
3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole point that I'm writing this piece is about capitalist reproduction, right? About how we just keep reproducing the same thing. We can dress it up differently.
Yep.
And what we end up doing is kind of like killing any revolutionary bullshit, because we also get like caught up in it. And if you think about what we were promised with grunge, right? This was going to be important music. The revolution is here now. We're done with the 80s and the excess. Revolution is here.
Yep.
Really? Because grunge lasted like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
As soon as that shit got popular, it was done. 94, those bands are done.
Yeah, it was a very self-limiting genre. I mean, again, because it's the problem is that, and I've mentioned this on the show in the past when we were talking about kind of, I always have talked about like how music is just by design self-limiting, and 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 we need to throw away the idea of new and fresh and different. We need to look at it the same way a chef looks at ingredients. It's like it's about just putting forth something that's good and at least digestible by the people you're trying to make it for, especially yourself. I mean, and I think that grunge was the perfect example of people thinking that they can live outside of that. Like they think that they can be new, and I'm like, you're not fucking new, man. And don't get me wrong, I love the Seattle scene from like 87 to like 92. And I think Soundgarden did amazing stuff. I think Nirvana, like people talk shit about them a lot lately because they're so overblown, but like they were a groundbreaking band in Seattle. But you had bands like Tad and like just
Melvins.
Melvins, like and so like, and these guys were doing some great stuff, but like they were not reinventing the wheel. Most of them wouldn't have told you they were.
Exactly.
And so, and Soundgarden's a great example. Like they almost were hair metal when they started. Like that's that. Ooh. Where do you think Chris Cornell got those vocal chops, man? Like that's the world he was in. I mean, you should look up old pictures of Chris Cornell, man. That kid was a brilliant vocalist. I love his vocals, but he was really trying to figure out who he was all through the 80s. Like there's just this like I don't know. There's a picture of him from like 1980 with his first band where it's like they look like they're like the E Street Band or something. And like one dude's wearing a fucking newsboy cap and like he's got bell bottoms on. And just it's like, but that's, and you explore all that shit and then you find something that works for you, and then MTV's like, this is the new revolution of music, and then once MTV says that, it fucks everything up to begin
Fucks
with.
everything up. That again, that's when we look at metal. MTV didn't crown metal, right? No one really crowned metal because it always was this genre that people looked at as schlocky.
Yeah.
And a lot of that has to do with the iconography, especially by the time you get to Priest. For some reason, the Bruce Dickinson Maiden years, but those guys never really dressed crazy.
No.
The rest of the band was jeans,
high
t-shirt, high top sneaks, and Bruce Dickinson might wear leggings.
Yeah,
but even that didn't seem crazy over the top.
No,
it's when it gets to America, and the pop metal bands are, because they have to be metal.
Yep.
So they got to wear the things and the fringe. Everything had to have fringe on it. And then Motley Crue goes, well, we're just going to go just rip off Hanoi Rocks.
Yeah.
Who ripped off the New York Dolls.
Sure. Yeah.
So ultimately, we're just ripping off the New York Dolls and Aerosmith right now in '85.
Yep.
And then they're done with that. After that record, then they're jeans and t-shirts and leather pants.
Oh, yeah.
Because girls, they're done with
it.
That's why I said the hair metal thing lasts about 3 years.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're right, because when people talk about the death of hair metal being like where Warrant landed, I think that these guys are post-mortem. Like that was it was already over by then. They were not, I mean, sonically, sure, you can compare them to a lot of the hair metal, but I mean, really, like that was like pretty hardcore dad rock that came out of the metal scene, out of the hair metal.
Oh God, yeah.
And
the power ballad.
Yeah, like that stuff is not hair metal. Like that stuff is it's the radio rock that hair metal became when people got kind of tired of they got kind of I think it's just the whole image, the entire thing just did not, kind of like grunge, like it just was so self-limiting. Like you could only have it in that moment, and then everything that came from that became derivative and just a cover of it. And you saw it when Warrant blew up, and you saw it when I mean, I hate to throw Skid Row under the bus, but they kind of do fall in that.
Do you think? Can I ask you this question? Because you might even know these guys. Do you think Skid Row suffers from the metal thing? Because there's one band that I think was genius marketing. Guns N' Roses never gets called a metal band.
Yep.
For whatever reason. And I went back and listened to the first Appetite record, which is really the only one I like. And that record, when I listened to it again, I was like, this is a really heavy Rolling Stones record.
Yeah.
That's what
a good way to put it. That's a really good way to put it.
Heavy ass Stones record. And I love it. I love that album. And I see why. Because they're taking the Hanoi Rocks thing too.
Yep.
And the Hanoi Rocks thing isn't as glamorous because it's that New York Dollsy, trashy look, and that's kind of what GNR does. And the next wave of what people call hair metal, which I don't think is hair metal, LA Guns, Faster Pussycat, these are guys that are a little younger than the Motley guys, so they got to really take in punk music. Most of them are industry kids.
Yep. Oh yeah.
From LA.
Yep.
So they understand things like style a little different.
Yep.
And that music for me is like, this is good heavy rock music.
Yeah.
It's not hair metal. They're not trying to be Scorpions Part 2. They're more into like rock music.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 100%. And I think that when you look at even stylistically, I know, and it's hard, like when you look back at that time, especially with young eyes right now, like kids don't really see the lines between that stuff because it all kind of blurs together. But like you're saying about GNR and Faster Pussycat, LA Guns, and then like I said, Skid Row, like you get bands that are a little more it's weird because they're all industry kids. They're all a bunch of rich kids from LA, but then they also are like sort of dichotomously more working class in how
Yeah.
they present
Yeah.
themselves. And so, and the imagery is different. Like you have to really kind of like look at like Motley Crue at their height and like get a picture of them and then put them next to like Faster Pussycat, where Faster Pussycat, like, yeah, it is a very kind of like bombastic visual thing, but it's more like if you took like punk and mixed it with like the imagery of like Motorhead or like
Yeah.
Judas Priest, you know, like it's a little bit more, you know, biker, a little bit and that look tends to link up a little more with the sound that they're really coming from. Because again, like I would say that bands like Motorhead more directly influenced those bands than I would say the hair metal did, and especially Skid Row. Like they are, I would say, probably one of the more metal bands out of that group. But like, yeah, it was a different sound and a different look, and so really, that's like, I guess we never really put a name on that, and that's the problem because it is more of a rock and roll, like hard rock arena than it is hair metal. And I mean, the instrumentation's different, the songwriting's different, the vocalizing's different, the intensity is completely different. Like it tends to be a little more laid back. Even the faster stuff is like more locked in. It's not real, like, you know, punky. So yeah, I mean, that I think that era is definitely very separate, and I think you would be wrong to put Guns N' Roses in the same pocket as Motley Crue, because they came from two very distinct waves of LA metal,
Yes.
or LA rock. You know, GNR, although they are the same age as most of the Motley Crue guys, they did not hit until, you know, the split up happened with Tracy and Axel, and you know, so that's like mid 80s. So we're talking a couple years late. So by the time they hit, they're like hair metal's already kind of fading out and evolving.
I'm putting the playlist up. Did you get a chance to look at the playlist?
I briefly glanced at it. Yeah. That has some great stuff on it. I mean,
Everything from 82 in the rock and metal and the hard rock and metal category. I put up on there, and I'm going to pull it up real quick because I do want to go through some of these songs with you and get your opinion on it, how you feel about some of these songs. But, you know, going back to what you were saying about that era, I think for me, 87 is the nail in the coffin, because when Poison comes out, and Poison is a direct derivative of the worst era of Motley Crue. And if you're in it, and this documentary, it says it one line in the documentary about this, which to me could have been an entire documentary about that one line. By 1987, you have bands that are influenced by Poison, who was a band that came out the year before.
Yeah.
So if you're citing your influence, we want guys that sound like Poison. We're looking for a Bret Michaels.
Yeah.
Looking for a Bret that just happened, and that guy's a fake Vince Neil.
That's exactly how it felt in the new metal scene in LA, like in like 2000. Like people were like putting their ads up in Music Connection, and it was like, you know, influences are Cold Chamber, Slipknot. I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, these bands literally have one record out. Like, it's not an influence.
Like, we want to sound like the hot thing. That's the point that I think people forget when you talk about like music and how it changes as the mediums in which people get it change.
Yeah.
if you want to be influenced by Slipknot in 2000 and that first record was 1999, that means that everything's going to sound like this thing that just came out. You're going to be a derivative of that thing. If the only way people get not the only way, but if a very big way people get music is in 15-second snippets, you're now writing 15-second snippets.
Yep.
You're trying to figure out how to have a part of a song, generally in the beginning of it, where the first 15 seconds is so important that somebody wants to take it and use it for a TikTok or a reel or some sort of short video.
Yeah.
Or you just start making 15-second you know, like that to me is kind of powerful, that even like with hip hop, people are trying to find the line. They're trying to talk in a cadence.
Yep.
Okay, if I say this thing, this is the thing.
Yeah.
That you're going to take. And that really changes songwriting, actually.
I agree.
So here we go. I got the playlist up. I'm going to share a screen so you can see it. Can you see it?
Yep.
So I opened it up with Iron Maiden, Hallowed Be Thy Name, which is the last song on Number of the Beast.
Yep. Love that album.
Oh,
that is such a good album.
Is that one of the best enders on any record?
Probably. It is fantastic. I just took Felix to see Iron Maiden
no way.
Yep. I got him I got him in. We went to Phoenix and they're doing a tour that's like a cross between so every time I see them, it's tough. That's the tough part about it. I mean, they're smart. They're a really smart band and they still put on a fantastic show, but they always, base their set off, it's always a different thing every tour. And so this time it's Somewhere in Time and then some of their newer stuff that I'm not super familiar with. But then of course they circle back and do encores of all, some of the big ones. But it was great, amazing live show. We actually got up to the rail on it. So I had Felix right up there in the front row, 5 feet away from Steve Harris. And at the end of the show, Steve, was throwing out his picks and stuff, and not picks. He was throwing out like shit that he had, whatever he had that he was tossing out. And then I see him pulling off his wristbands and getting ready to throw them. And I like try to just get his attention. He looks over and I point at Felix. He threw Felix his wristband.
He caught it?
Yeah, he caught it. He's got it. So yeah,
that's pretty dope, man.
Got it straight from him. And the whole show, man, like, he was one of the littlest dudes on the front row there. So everyone in the band had like acknowledged him at some point. Like it was really cool. It was really cool. Like
that's some Dad of the Year shit, right?
Yeah, I put in some effort. I see super secret. I'm taking him to I haven't told him yet, so hopefully he doesn't hear me through the door, but I got him tickets for Sick New World. So
in Vegas.
He's going to see Metallica, and I get to see Acid Bath reunite. So I'm excited.
Everybody plays Sick New. I've heard I saw somebody do a thing and they said Sick New World was ran bad from the audience goer perspective. And I saw some of Seven Dust's set, and apparently they were having crazy issues because Vegas. I don't know if you've ever played Vegas in the day.
Oh, yeah. Especially outside.
It's not where humans you live in a desert, so you already know. Like there's
it's not as hot here, but yeah, I get it.
It's like, why would you do that?
Luckily it's in April, so it shouldn't be too bad.
No, it should be fine.
But yeah, these summer festivals in Vegas, I'm like, you're insane. Like that's and I've played them. I played a Warped tour in Vegas in 2007, I guess it was, and it was like one of those well into triple digit days, and I kept chugging water and throwing up between every song. So I just run off the side stage and just puke off the stage. I was just like, I better put more water in me, otherwise I'll just be dry heaving through the whole set. And so I just kept chugging water, throwing it up, chugging water, throwing it up. I was like hanging on by a thread, man. And like, I don't know that. I mean, I get it. Like dry heat is better. Like humidity fucking sucks too. But But yeah, playing shows in that shit is
It's not. It's your
not.
gear's all fucked off. Like there's
Yeah.
nothing good
Your
about playing.
strings get fucked because of just sweating all over them and shit.
You gotta. What I learned with all those years of touring, I stopped drinking. Like a few years in, I stopped drinking coffee before I would go on because the acid from the coffee comes out of your sweat, it burns the shit out of your eyes, and it would just corrode your strings.
Yep. And you just get that fucking dehydration that just starts you. That's I the same way. I just wouldn't touch caffeine in the mornings on outdoor show days at least. But anyway,
someone says new metal is the hair metal of the 90s. I always say grunge is the hair metal.
Yeah.
Grunge is the hair metal of hardcore. Take that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's easy to digest hardcore punk. The Hellion is the opening off of Screaming for Vengeance. There is no vocals on it. I feel like I did Judas Priest a disservice. I might put another Judas Priest song from this album on this playlist to finish it, but to me, that introduction is metal.
Yeah.
There's nothing more metal than that introduction.
Yeah. I would feel like Electric Eye's kind of the softball on that one if you want to pick one that's like sort of a guaranteed winner, but I think that's a great intro. It's funny. Someone had we were just talking about like bad vocalists who are good, and someone mentioned Rob Halford, and I got really offended at first. I was like, "Fuck that, man! He's an amazing vocalist." And then I started listening to him, and they had a point. Like he's not bad. He doesn't sound like what my brain tells me he sounds like when I listen to him. Like does have like a really like nasally kind of like almost like witchy vocal to his style. And like I love him. I love Judas Priest, but they cracked me up because I had to be like, I think you're kind of right, and I hate that.
My friend Dan Larson had made a comment about Voltron like that. Like, I don't know if you know, they redid Voltron in the 2000s.
Yeah.
And he goes, the 2000s remake is what you thought the original Voltron was. When we go back and watch it, you're like, oh, this is kind of weird and lame, and it doesn't make a lot of sense because it's this hodgepodge.
Right.
So when the guys remade it, they were fans.
Yeah.
So they made this really cool Voltron. It sadly didn't last, but when he made that comment, he was like, this is what you think Voltron is in your head.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, so that's to the Rob Halford point. Like, yeah, you think he's one thing in your head because he hits those notes, but
yeah. If you heard him on any other band, you'd be like, who the fuck is this guy?
Who the fuck is this asshole? Black Metal by Venom. They're again, as far as like metal songs, if you want to talk about an era where you didn't have to be great, you had to be scary.
Yep.
This scared me.
Yeah. Yep. They bottled it. I mean, they were the ones that I think really showed, and it's because having Kiss right under them is a perfect kind of contrast, because it's like those are the two bands where one of them embraced imagery and then walked it back every time you called them on it, and then the other one embraced imagery, and when you talked about it, they just doubled down on it. And
Trip, they WWE'd that shit.
I love that we could not have had the extremes of metal going forward without that album.
Yes. I think they give you kind of the iconography too of what black metal would become, what a band like Hellhammer ends up doing.
Yep.
I as much as the Hellhammer guys have to pay homage to the new wave of British heavy metal and then what comes out of the States.
Yeah.
Also, Venom.
Yep.
Kiss, I Love It Loud. This is my favorite song of Creatures of the Night, by the way.
It's a good riff.
This is my first Kiss video I've ever seen.
Okay.
Where the kids got the crazy eyes.
Yeah.
I could have done Iron Fist by Motorhead, which is the song everybody knows.
Yeah.
But I did Loser instead, another great song from that record.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Listen to this song by Accept, Restless and Wild from this record. And for me, this is where I feel like a lot of the American metal bands go, okay, it's this galloping palm mute that we need to do. It's the Accept sound. Because you know how when you're in your room and you're trying to do the thing, And I've seen all these memes about the first time you down tune a guitar to drop D
Yep.
and palm mute. You're like, all right, I figured it out. I figured it out. that for me, and when you listen to this Accept song, Restless and Wild, you're like, oh, okay, I know all those young dudes are like, oh, we figured it out. We figured it out.
Yep.
You know. And see what else we got on here. We got Metal Days by Manowar. I always thought Manowar was like German. I didn't know they were from New York.
Yep. There was a weird time, man. It was like the American band seemed European and the European band seemed American.
Seems so American. Bad Company, I thought was from fucking the South.
Yeah. Throw on a Thin Lizzy song to someone who's never heard of them and ask them where they're from. They'll be like, they're probably from Jersey.
Yeah. Like, nope.
Very not. Very not.
Run for Your Life, Twisted Sister from Under the Blade. This is the record before what is that record with We're Not Gonna Take It and all that shit called?
I can't remember. But that was like 2 years later or something.
Yeah.
They were definitely more of a rock band back then, for sure.
Yeah, there's a great Twisted Sister documentary that talks about the first 10 years of their career, which starts in 1974.
Yep.
They're like a house cover band.
Yeah.
And talked about why they never wanted a record deal because they were making so much money as a house cover band. And their tours were just to the Eastern region. Like it's a real interesting documentary. It helps a person like me appreciate a guy like Dee Snider, who kind of back to what Pasquale was saying. I think he's been Dee Snider the whole time.
Yeah.
You know, he's never not, even though he wrote the Celine Dion hits and all that other shit, always been Dee Snider.
Yep.
Another great documentary by one of the bands here is Anvil, the story of Anvil.
Beautiful. I love their story. They're so beloved by me because of that documentary, because of like what I learned about them. And how just like what a like working band they are, you know, and they've always been since day one, which I think they're fantastic.
Metal on metal. This is actually a really fun song, and it's got a great solo, so definitely check out Anvil. This is a band, again, when I'm putting these lists together, I do just try to find out everything that came out this year in these categories, metal and hard rock. This band kept showing up. I had never heard of them before. Apparently they're from Spain. Baron Rojo. This song is pretty fucking dope. If you like the new wave of British heavy metal stuff, if you like American classic rock, this song right here, song number 10 by Baron Rojo, pretty fucking good. I really dug it. I also never heard of Demon before. Wasn't a fan, but
yeah, they were I'm not real familiar with their music, but I know that they were one of the bands in the era that also did kind of like kind of extra like dig into the Satanic Panic and sort of try to capitalize on it. Again, I'm not real familiar with their music, but I know their name comes up occasionally in some of that Satanic Panic stuff.
But they don't, you know, I think what those Satanic Panic bands do, and there really isn't that many of them, to be honest. It's just a lot of people, like you said, putting a pentagram on something and then walking it back.
Yeah.
The new wave of British heavy metal, there's more bands than just the three that we always talk about. Demon is one of those bands. Listen to it for yourself, see what you think. It wasn't something I was too cool on. This band Legend, I had never heard of. This song Why Don't You Kill Me is actually a pretty interesting song. It feels like a precursor to like Fade to Black.
Interesting.
Or even like Suicide Solution.
I'm not familiar with them at all.
Yeah, dude, I'd never, again, most of the stuff that I find on these lists, I've never heard of these bands. I, of course, knew who Loudness was from Japan. Yep. They're a really good fucking metal band.
Yep.
I had never heard of Virgin Steel. I don't know how I feel about that name.
Yeah, it's There's probably a guy named Steele in the band. I don't know.
Johnny Steele and Virgin Steel with their self-titled album Virgin Steel. The new single Danger Zone.
Although that came out before Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone.
There you go. He's a biter. He's a fucking biter.
First to the punch.
Hang 'em High by Van Halen. Diver Down. Okay. Van Halen is an important band in the pantheon of metal and hair metal because I think David Lee Roth is the archetype for the singers that come out of the scene in LA. Actually, the singers that come out in the 80s until about 87.
Yeah.
They all want to be David Lee Roth because he's the coolest dude. He's blonde. He's attractive. He's got abs. He's doing all the karate moves.
Yeah. Bodysuits.
Bodysuits. Like everything. David Lee Roth. This is the uniform. He's like, he shows you what it is.
Yep.
If Vince Neil said he wasn't the poor man's David Lee Roth, he's lying to you, right?
Yep. There's no way.
Exactly.
Yep.
Diver Down is the precursor to 1984, which is going to give us all the biggest hits Van Halen will ever have had.
Yep.
There's a few things that work for that. I think the video era is huge for them, and they make really great videos.
Oh, yeah.
They're able to do something that Twisted Sister and Quiet Riot can't quite do, and that's they're going to take the camp, but they actually have a good song that you want to listen to.
Yeah.
Some of that other stuff, you have to watch the video to give a shit about it.
Yeah.
Hot for Teacher. We can go into a bar right now and play it, and everybody's gonna be like, "Got it back, got it back, got it." Yeah. Like, as soon as the intro starts, everyone's gonna be like, "Oh shit," you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So Van Halen to me is an interesting band because I don't know how you feel about this. This is gonna be our side note. This might even be clipped. I think both eras of Van Halen are good eras. I enjoy, and when I say both eras, I'm not going to get into Gary Sharon because that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Sammy Hagar and David Lee Roth, I think, are really cool eras of Van Halen. And I think they're two extremely different bands. And I don't try to put one against the other because for me, that's a real apples to oranges thing. Number one, when they're young and they're doing these records, I actually went and listened to all the Roth stuff in succession. And then I listened to all the Hagar stuff in succession. And in listening to the Roth stuff, what I found was A, the songs were a lot shorter. And B, by the time you get to 1984, David Lee Roth has a lot of influence on that band. And you can tell because that record's not that good. There's some goofy shit on that record.
Oh, yeah. That
you can tell he had a hand in. And when you look at his solo stuff, you can see where he wanted to go. He was writing a movie. Like he's from LA. He wanted to be Hollywood, right?
Yep.
Eddie Van Halen becomes a composer because he doesn't have to carry the musical weight with his showmanship. He's not fighting for spotlight time with the singer. The singer's just singing with Sammy Hagar extremely well, by the way.
Yep.
And then they get this groove in the songs. Go back and watch the live concert video. Someone put it up in 4K on YouTube. You can watch it for free. They're the best of both worlds. What was that, 5150, that record?
Mm-hmm.
I forget what the name of that live video is called, but they are locked in a fucking groove that's so dope when you watch them live playing together. You're like, oh, this you see why this band got to the heights in the Hagar years, even though people, oh, they toned it down. They did that. It's like, well, they're also in their 30s.
Yep.
You know, what do you want? Eddie had one of the most famous marriages in rock and roll with Valerie Bertinelli. Like, what do you want these people to do?
Yep.
They can't sing about chasing pussy at 45 years old, right?
Yeah, we get into that with, a lot of bands that are, well, and Van Halen's really interesting because if you look at, like, when I was talking about the sort of like dad rock eras of bands where they sort of become a cover band of their influences, like Van Halen started as that, which is interesting because, like, I mean, Diver Down like is a perfect example. Like there's covers of shit from when they were kids, and so, and it's like, and I'm sure David Lee Roth had a huge like hand in that because he, you know, all of his solo stuff is full of that too.
Oh, his first single, California Girls.
Yeah. And so I think like that kind of, in my opinion, almost like worked out in such a good way because it was like we got it out of our system. We were, you know, still being our authentic selves with our original songs, but like there is a lot of rock and roll here. Like we're not trying to, you know, reinvent the wheel. The thing that's reinventing the wheel is the innovative playing.
Yeah.
And then, you know, of course, David Lee Roth, like as far as vocalists go, I can't think of anyone that was really a predecessor to him in terms of the way he sings. You know, I mean, certainly there are the influences like Robert Plant and stuff, but you know, to get kind of to where they had their next era with Hagar, it's like they didn't have to circle back. They just kind of moved into a different approach. And so, you know, so like Eddie could still keep being really innovative on guitar and of course, you know, really lean into the synth stuff and piano and stuff, and like and it just was a different era. It didn't feel like they were like having to, you know, circle back and try to be a band that they were before. Like they just kind of continued forward. And I'd say even in the Gary Sharon, like it just all sort of flows forward. It just, you know, they become old guys is the problem. But
I think that is the problem, right? I think music is a young person's thing because of the way that we talk about it. It's a young person's thing, even though that when you go to Coachella and you see who everyone's there to see, it ain't JoJo the new guy.
Yeah.
It's not little fuckhead, you know. Hey, y'all see little fuckhead? He got that new song called Eating All the Butt. Like nobody cares about that person. They got a song and maybe there's a small crowd of people dancing to Eating All the Butt, but everybody wants to see No Doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to see Gwen Stefani at 50 some years old.
Yeah.
You know, twerk.
Yep.
They want to see Oingo Boingo.
Yep.
So,
oh yeah,
that's I hate to break it down to people, but old shit. Go look at what the most popular tours are, and it's artists that have been around for a minute.
Yeah.
You know, Taylor Swift is no longer the new thing. she's an old thing.
Yeah, that kills me, but it's true.
Yeah, it's somebody's writing lyrics to Eating All the Butt, huh? Eating All the Butt, got it in the cut. There you go.
Throw it on one of those AI song generators. There's no copyright. You can sell it, man.
You could. Hey, you guys have my permission to make Eating All the Butt the hottest song. And sadly, that will be the new thing. Little fuckhead with Eating All the Butt.
Yep.
You can even make up the little fuckhead thing, and that'll be like, y'all heard little fuckhead eating all the butt. He got the new dance. Get your face muddy. Get your face muddy. Get your face
muddy. I hope someone tuned in the middle of this conversation.
Okay.
That one's called Deep Cuts.
I'm so glad Tucson wasn't here for that one. Enjoy your vacation, MD. Eye of the Tiger comes out in 1982, and I would be a piece of shit if I didn't put that song on here, because I think back to what I was getting at with this year being an important year, because it's saying that this rock music, this heavy rock music, is quite marketable. And that song and Rocky 3 go so well together.
I mean, an unbeatable combo. That's one doesn't even exist without the other at this point.
Right? It's so funny. Alice Cooper has a song called Make That Money. from the album called Zipper Catches Skin. Interesting title.
Yeah.
This is kind of what I was talking about too, about this era of certain artists where their fame is waning. Like there's bands I didn't put on this list that are technically hard rock bands, like Queen. I put Queen as a hard rock band. I think they're a precursor to metal with a lot of the stuff they did. Not everything, because they are one of those bands that's been able to just kind of make whatever the fuck they want to make.
Yep.
But the record they come out with in 1982 sounds like an attempt to try to make some contemporary music. And I think whenever decades change, people get ready, like, hey, it's a new era. It's a new thing it's about to happen. What's popular right now? Oh, it's this thing. We got to jump on it. And it's like, no, just keep doing the fucking shit you're doing. Yeah. Like AC/DC comes out in 1980 going, hey, just like 78, you know? Yep.
Yeah, that band has put out, I mean, every one of their records is that one record, and it's you know, it's all, I mean, it's really all Back in Black since then, but before that, I guess you could argue it was a little different with Bon Scott, but even still, it was all just very rootsy hard rock. Yeah. And I think that in the grand scheme, like, there's nothing wrong with the way they're doing it, because they like what they like and they're doing it, and it's never, again, there's never a point where you could be like, oh, those fucking sellouts, you know. It's like, they're the same band they've always been.
And also, Back in Black is with the new singer.
Yeah. That's that. I mean, Brian's the singer of AC/DC. Like,
he's the singer, yeah.
Was an absolute legend. But like, people forget. Like, that's kind of like when you look at Metallica. Like, I always forget that, like, they've mostly been Black Album Metallica. Yeah. Like, that's, you know, that they
Trujillo, longest term in the band.
Trujillo's been the bass player the longest, which I love. Fucking amazing musician. Love that guy. Love his bands. But
20 years.
Yeah, like, and you know, but you know, it's like, people do, I mean, we all do it. Nostalgia is like the thing that drives most of us when it comes to, you know, whether we think things are better or worse, or, you know, what they are. It's but bands like AC/DC and you know, bands like I mean, any of these bands that we're talking about, it's just like the era that they were, that, like, we have to, you know, we kind of have to let go of it in the grand scheme of things.
That's the hard part. Do you know Trujillo? I feel like you
met him. I know his wife, actually. She makes my guitar straps, funny enough.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
A funny. So you watched the Some Kind of Monster thing?
Yeah.
Do you know Jeff Gomes?
Yeah.
Okay, so who played drums in Merv and Fungo Mungo, and now he's in. Anyway, so I used to help Gomes. He's a contractor, and he was telling me he has a bunch of stories, and he was telling me that, he goes, you know, in Some Kind of Monster, when Robert Trujillo signs a contract with Metallica, he's wearing clothes that looks like they don't fit. I'm like, yeah. He goes, well, he was staying at my house because they asked away. We might need you to stay an extra day. He had, like, brought enough stuff for like the audition in a couple days, so he didn't have any clothes. So that's why he's wearing these, like, it looks like he's in his Big Brother's clothes, because those are cheap clothes.
Looks like he wished to be big and then woke up.
So watch that part where he signs the contract. He wished to be big.
He meant figuratively, but he got literally.
He got the $1 million.
Yeah.
Like, I trip out, like, dude, that dude's been in the band for 20 years.
Yeah. I mean, he is fully the, you know, the tenured bass player, the tenured musician.
And they call him the new guy.
Yeah, I know.
He's recorded more albums than any of the other bass players.
Yep.
Oof.
Played more shows too, I'm sure.
I can imagine. Like, Jesus. Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes, Powered by Rainbow. Here I go again. Originally, I wish I could play this version because it does sound different than
It is
what
really
they
different.
do. And I want to talk a little bit about Whitesnake, because when you listen to Michael Bolton, listen to a Michael Bolton song, and then listen to a Whitesnake song, and tell me the difference.
Yeah.
I don't know the difference, and I'm not shitting on Whitesnake or shitting on Michael Bolton. I'm just pointing out that by 87, it's just an image. This is pop music. Motley Crue shows you the way with Home Sweet Home. Oh, we can make uber pop music and give them long hair and nobody gives a shit?
Yeah.
As long as there's some distortion? Okay. There's this guy that's got maybe one of the best pop voices ever. Let's just redo a bunch of his fucking songs that nobody gave a shit about from 82 to 84 and see what happens. And they sell like crazy. Whitesnake, a band, I will never deny the musicianship from that band.
Yeah.
I will never deny how awesome those songs were, how awesome those videos were. But that's just pop music.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that band, like, if you listen to, especially when you look at, you know, where they really hit their peak stateside, which was like 87, right? Yeah, those when like Whitesnake came out, the self-titled, right? It's self-titled, isn't it? And those, there are some brilliant riffs on that record. And like Still of the Night is like one of the stankiest guitar riffs in the history of, and dude, it's so groovy. And then the bridge of that song, the outro, like it's like almost this like symphonic, like it's big and it's like, but like that is pop 101. Like it hits super hard, but goddamn is it, you know, I mean, it is, that song was made to be on the radio. And Here I Go Again, of course, the later version of it was just, you know, the instrumentation, the production of it was just designed to be a radio song. And you know, and that's no hate on them. I mean, they'd been at it. They were one of those bands that started a long fucking time ago, and it took a long time for them to get to where they were, which, you know, it's kind of that same thing. Like even Iron Maiden was like that. I mean, it's a lot of those bands started so much earlier than you would think based on their popularity. And these guys were like overlapping like 60s bands, you know.
Especially when you look at a guy like Dio, you know, that starts in the 50s.
Yeah.
She's like, fuck, dude, you had a long career.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Lemmy, I mean, that dude.
Lemmy, another guy that was like, I remember, you know, the bombed out buildings after the war and shit. Like, it's crazy when you think about how MTV changed the world musically. And I opened it up talking about how I feel like some of the early hair metal bands blew up and then died for the same reason. So, for example, I think Motley Crue has a look, maybe because they're younger than the Quiet Riot guys, that their look was more important than their sound.
Yeah.
And the Quiet Riot guys, while being all extremely talented musicians, I think Kevin DuBrow was a good singer for that band. Just, they're not the pretty boys. They can't put the image together like Motley can put the image together and do it in the video era. They have the song that's a great party song, Come On Feel the Noise, the cover. After that, they start to dip, and I think they got dropped probably before the 90s. The same can be said for Twisted Sister, where the video era helps them blow up, makes them a household name, but because of the kind of cartoonish nature of the videos, once you saw those two, did you nearly see anything else? You know, what can you do? And Whitesnake, David Coverdale has this great quote in that documentary series, Nothing But a Good Time. He says, when this thing blew up on MTV, that saved me 6 to 7 years of hard road work in the US.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that maybe people would compare to virality, like, oh, my thing went viral, now I don't have to tour, or I don't have to tour as much. It's like, no, not necessarily, because usually the way that works is, oh, you went viral, let's put a tour together for you so you can start seeing these people real life and they can form a connection and you can have real fans instead of you being a passing fad. And I think because the industry just operates so differently now, for better or for worse, that I don't know too many people that are taking advantage of the viral moment, unless taking advantage in 2024 means, well, I got a podcast. Like, I had a viral moment, and now I do a Hawk Tuah podcast. I also put this Robert Plant song on there because I really wanted to hammer the point home that there were established heavy artists that were just releasing some of the worst music of their lives.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that Robert Plant solo stuff in the 80s was it's like hard for me to compare it to anything. Like, it's like when Andre 3000 wanted to put out flute music, like I think it's the same train of thought, like. And I think that's what Robert Plant did in the 80s. He was like, he heard Tears for Fears once, and he was like, you know what, like, this, I don't want to do this, but I want to do something that sounds like a terrible version of this. And so that's
a great analogy, because again, you can find, look, you're never going to hear me shit on Spotify because I just don't give a shit. There was no terrestrial radio for me. You know, I play the music that I made on this show, and that's the only place it's going to get played. So you can find all this shit on Spotify. Robert Plant's solo record is on Spotify. You listen to it for yourself. Please leave a comment leave your review of that record. I would love to read 150 reviews of Robert Plant's solo record, because I'm sure it would be the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life, knowing this audience. Hanoi Rocks, again, I think they're an important band, more important than I thought originally. That documentary kind of reminded me of their importance in the hair scene, because it is this band that bands like Guns N' Roses and to some degree Motley Crue take a little piece of in their look, at the very least. Guns N' Roses more so in their sound, because these guys are doing kind of an old rock thing. I don't really know what would you call Hanoi Rocks?
That's a good question. I mean, we do kind of have to, like, I always think of them as being like the proto hair metal band as far as the image goes. Sound wise, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I guess I think I would put them somewhere between punk rock and Guns N' Roses, maybe.
That's a good one. Yeah, because the guitars can be jangly with them. I don't know what to call it. Night Ranger. I'm going to skip down to Night Ranger. Because we all know the story. If you don't know, Brad Gillis, guitar player from Night Ranger, filled in after Randy Rhoads died. I did not know the entire story of that. And when I heard that entire story, it's jaw-dropping. So for those that don't know, Randy Rhoads was the original guitar player of Ozzy's solo project. He is, if there's a guitar player pantheon in the early 80s, it's Eddie Van Halen at 1A and Randy Rhoads at 1B. And there's a constant fight with those guys of who's going to be number one, right? And at the peak kind of his comeback success, he's just got done the second album, Diary of a Madman. They're recording a live album where they're making the band play Sabbath songs. And there was a intellectual property reason behind that as well that we don't need to get into. But the bus driver was apparently a little stimulated after they had stopped in the middle of nowhere. And where they stopped, the bus driver had access to a plane. They were flying a very small plane, and the bus driver thought it'd be funny to buzz the bus. He hits the bus with the wheel. The plane flips out into the home, the large home they were staying at, and the band immediately hears the boom. They see the accident, and they call 911, and it takes over an hour for paramedics to get there because there's no hospitals nearby. Again, that could be another conversation about hospitals in rural areas. And everybody literally watched their friends burn alive in front of them. Soon after that happens, the label's like, you got about a week to mourn this, and we have to make up these tour dates, and we can't stop this machine from going. They bury Randy Rhoads, or sadly what's left of him, and they hire Brad Gillis to come in when everyone's grieving, especially someone like Rudy Sarzo that had played with Randy in Quiet Riot, who was brought into the band by Randy. And Brad Gillis is a young kid that just doesn't want to piss anybody off. And according to everybody involved except for Ozzy, Brad Gillis was not warmly receptive by the crowd. They were pretty mean to him.
Yeah.
Ozzy apparently wasn't the nicest to him. And he didn't really want to, he said after the right away, he didn't want to do the gig, but he finished out the tour. He is a very, very good guitar player, but Night Ranger's music, I think, is more in line with Ozzy's solo stuff than anything Black Sabbath does. Where would you classify a band like Night Ranger?
I would put them, I mean, I think sonically they're definitely different than Ozzy, but I think I get what you're laying down about the similarity in terms of kind of the type of music they were doing. I think, but for me, it's hard for me not to like have them kind of in the same, like I lean more like Foreigner with them, you know, like they're definitely very radio rock. That album had, I think "Don't Tell Me You Love Me" might be the only song I remember from that album.
Sister Christian, yeah, that's the only one. The Sister Christian's on the next record,
yeah, because I actually have this record on vinyl.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's so I have, and actually, that's a funny story because I have my my crown jewel of my collection over here as we have this conversation. But when I got this, so I'll show this record. We can circle back to the meaning of this record, but this record,
ooh,
and this is the original. So with misspelled Metallica on it. My stupid camera's a tracking camera, so it's not going to play nice. Oh, there's my guitars.
Oh, there's your guitar collection. Yeah.
Okay. So that record came in a crate, a milk crate of records that a friend of mine who was like a little older, and she was just like a big hair metal, 80s metal kind of like, but she was already, I guess she should have been in probably her mid 30s at this point. And she was like, "Do you want this crate of old metal records that I have?" And she's like, I don't need them anymore. I don't listen. I don't even have a record player. So I just took them. It's got a bunch of pretty good stuff. A lot of hair metal. It's got a bunch of Striper records. Funny. I think like all of them. And you know, like some Aerosmith stuff like that. And then I pulled out Metal Massacre, and I was like, I didn't know a lot about this particular one.
Okay.
But it was, but I was like, I know this is Nuclear Blast, and not Nuclear Blast, Metal Blade, and and I was like, I've seen like some of the later ones, and then when I looked, I'm like, it's got Metallica misspelled, it's got 2 T's in it, and then the lineup on the it shows
Lloyd
the
Grant
lineup. It's like Lloyd Grant and Rod Magooney. So it's like, it's like really deep cut Metallica. And so yeah, like I didn't know, and then I don't think it was really worth much at this time. I mean, this is like 20 some years ago, but yeah, now come to find, like, this one is they actually reprinted it pretty quickly because Metallica didn't like this version of Hit the Lights, so they actually repressed it with a completely different version of the song that ended up being the Kill 'Em All version of the song. So this is a version of Hit the Lights that isn't even available. I mean, I'm sure you could probably find it on YouTube or something, but so yeah, that was in there. But my whole point of this story was that Night Ranger album was in it. I've listened to it exactly 0 times in the 20 some years since I've owned it.
You should check it out. It's real. It's a record of its time, you know.
Yeah.
It's one of those, okay, this long to get into the hook, you know. It's one of those things, you know.
Don't Tell Me You Love Me's got that's a catchy song, man. I think it's a good song, you know, objectively. I just can't get around the fact that in my brain they just are like in that Foreigner, like Journey kind of arena rock, like, you know, radio rock, where it's like, you know, if I hear a song of them, Survivor's another one, you know, but it's when I hear a song from them, like, it doesn't offend me, but like when I hear something by them, I'm like, this is a band I wouldn't listen to a whole record of for sure.
There would have to be a reason. Like, I'd have to be writing something.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna put it in because it is the reason why I'm writing it. Like, I'm doing this review on video friendly rock music or something like that. Totally. Yeah, no, I totally get you on that. There's a lot of this music that making this playlist. I've been listening to this playlist all morning. I woke up at 4:30 this morning.
Oh wow.
And it's like 3-hour playlist. But Scorpions, I do want to hit on a few things before I let you go. And do I have you for just a couple more minutes? I know.
Yeah, as long as you need me.
I was never the biggest Scorpions fan growing up. I always appreciated Scorpions as a young kid because they were older by the time I was, you know, by the time you and I were watching like Headbangers Ball, they were balding already. Not that that's a bad thing. They were just like an older guard of music. Now that I'm older and my heroes always cite Uli and Scorpions, and Uli had gear at the studio for a while when they played Jason Becker's Benefit.
Oh, okay.
They got a bunch of stuff. I guess they were all signed to, what's that company called? What's the company that makes like cheap versions of Marshalls? Black something. Black.
Oh, Black Star or
Black Star.
Yeah.
Black Star. And Gus G left his. These are all their signature stuff. Gus G left his signature setup. Uli left his signature setup, and someone else left his signature setup. And Uli had a sick one. It was like fucking burgundy. It was actually really fucking nice. And it's all his specs, right? So if you want to sound like fucking Uli and be all gained out and shit, you can do it. So I kind of started going back and listening to this stuff to see why these older cats that I admired were just losing their shit over this, you know, man that literally looks like a wizard. You know, what is it about his playing? So I go back and listen to UFO. I go back and listen to old Scorpions. I'm like, oh, I understand why these guys love these bands so much. These motherfuckers were killing it. And Scorpions that's a badass band.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about Scorpions, but woof.
I think they're a band that kind of, you know, superficially you would want to put them in that same arena rock kind of world with, you know, because Rocky Like a Hurricane is like the official song of NASCAR at this point. You know, but like when you really listen to them and kind of take in the sort of like breadth of their repertoire, you kind of realize pretty fast that like they are a lot more dynamic than you know, just listening to Rocky Like a Hurricane. And even their hits are very dynamic, like from one to the next. Like you really do get a pretty good breadth of sound. And like, you know, to not, you know, and their ballads are actually, in my opinion, some of the better ballads of those.
They're heavy. They're actually really heavy. That also to me goes to that's a very talented group of family members. Those guys all really know how to play The singer Klaus, whatever his name is, actually has a great range.
Yeah.
I love that band. This is taken from Tribute because I couldn't find Speak of the Devil, which again is the live version of the Black Sabbath songs. So on Tribute, they do have the same things that were on Speak of the Devil. Iron Man live. Again, I do believe in my soul that it is early Ozzy Osbourne that lays the foundation for what we will later call hair metal. And by the time you get to 1985, whatever you call hair metal at that point is just pop music with teased out hair.
Yeah.
And 86, it's over because Poison comes on the scene. It's over. And I owned Poison records as a young kid. I owned Open Up and Say Ah. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm better than anybody by making that statement. It's just it's a statement of fact.
Yeah.
that music is over after Poison, and the nail in the coffin is the second wave of LA bands, Guns N' Roses, Faster Pussycat, LA Guns. Those guys are not doing the hair. They don't need blonde singers.
Yeah.
And they're doing something very different than everybody else that no one could really copy.
Well,
everybody else is still trying to copy Motley Crue and then Poison. Jailbait by Aerosmith is Aerosmith of the we're all drugged out and there's new players.
There's a bad, that's a band where I really like their fundamental kind of foundational sound and what they were doing originally worked really well for them, and then where they landed worked really well for them, in the 90s. But like where they were in the middle of that, I feel like they were very lucky to have survived it, because it was just so like it was just very disjointed to me. It's like, I don't know who are you, like, where are you trying to land? Like, I don't like, and the problem is, like, it's okay to just own it and just be like, we're just doing our thing. But like, to me, it felt like there was a lot of pressure on them to be the Aerosmith of Dream On, and they were just not, like, they were just trying to run on ice. It just was not working for them.
Yeah. No, there's some bad records, especially when Joe Perry leaves, and I think Jailbait is the first one. Or is this Night in the Ruts? Let me see what the name of this record is. This is
Rockin' a Hard Place.
Rockin' a Hard Place, I think, is the first record where Perry leaves. Someone leaves.
Yeah,
I can't remember who it was. And Jailbait's a good song, actually. I actually like the song. The record, if you start going down trying to find other good tracks on there, like you said, it's very uneven, and I don't know who they are. The Desmond Child years of Aerosmith, sadly, I think more people know those years than these years.
Yeah, for sure.
And those years to me are somewhat problematic, because that's when they're writing these extremely radio friendly songs. And I don't know if I like that band. I think they're touring with heavier bands because they were known as a heavier band. But at that point, they should have been touring with Cher.
Yeah.
It was the same music. Cheap Trick, where do you put Cheap Trick?
That's a good question. I mean, 80s Cheap Trick definitely is a little different. I mean, trying to even imagine that's still, I mean, it's still basically just very riffy rock, right? So
super riffy rock.
So I guess, I don't know. I mean, I feel like maybe, and I'm a little ignorant on them in this era. I know 4-letter word. Yeah, that's the.
When is Want You to Want Me?
What's that?
When is Want You to Want
That
Me?
was like 70s, right?
It's the 70s? Okay, I don't remember.
Yeah. I'm going to look that up, because I need to know. It's 70, here is it, 77. So yeah.
Oh, was it 77? So I was born. Okay, yeah.
So it was not too far before this one. I kind of think of like the bands that came out of like this sound, and Aerosmith and Cheap Trick, and like Foghat, I see them there, were kind of the bands that like a band like Buck Cherry is trying to be now. Well, when
Ooh,
they
that's a
first
good
came out, at
call.
least.
Yeah, that's a good call.
You know, and I think like that's sort of a weird little window that not a lot of bands try to emulate, but like once in a while, I think but again, like Buck Cherry, perfect example. They figured out that there's a good market for that with, you know, like drunk, you know, drunk people at the strip club or whatever. Like, I don't know. But,
Yeah, like Cheap Trick did write those kind of songs, but they
yeah.
also wrote Dream Police,
Yeah.
which
That's
I
true.
think is you know, again, that's my era of just knowing who they are because that came
Yeah.
on the radio when I was a little
Yeah.
kid.
That's a pretty highbrow song for a band that sounds like they do, you know, in the rest of their.
That make strip club anthems. I
Yeah.
mean, I think it goes to also that era of let's add a certain level of computerized instrumentation,
Yeah.
because it's the new hot thing that all the young people are dealing with,
Yeah.
and they literally had skinny ties on. The guitar player literally had a skinny tie.
Yep.
Definitely Foghat is on here because they did release a record. And I think when we talk about the bands that we love, again, I'm drinking coffee out of my Ride the Lightning bootleg Mexican mug. These guys, if they didn't have access to all these imports, they're listening to what's coming on the radio. They're listening to Foghat. They're listening to Night in the Ruts, Aerosmith, and shit like that. And you know, this music is also shaping my musical heroes as well. So
Yeah.
we can't deny this music on this list. But I've never really been a big Foghat fan, but I did kind of dig this song. Saxon, again, a band that I didn't know existed till Metallica.
Yeah.
What is your okay? What do you call Y and T? Are they like Cheap Trick with you?
I think, yeah. I mean, like I think it wouldn't have been out of pocket to see them playing a tour with like Aerosmith and Cheap Trick, you know.
Yeah.
Definitely. Again, I think all these bands, like the more I think about it, the more they are kind of like the proto GNR.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they kind of are. It's like these bands sort of melded into like and Hanoi Rocks sort of like brought more punk into it, and then all of a sudden GNR is what that all becomes.
Yeah. No, GNR is an important band because I think GNR, for me, marks the end of hair metal, and then grunge is going to be this weird mix of hardcore punk and 60s rock.
Yeah.
With the bands that really blow up, right? Because for me, Alice in Chains is a Sunset Strip band. That's that first Alice in Chains record, which I wasn't really hip on when I was young. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't hate them. It just wasn't something again, back to the whole, I wasn't gonna invest money in this thing. But now that I have all this music at my disposal, I've gone back and listened to this numerous times, and I'm like, fuck, dude, this is the best album the Sunset Strip never put out.
Yeah. I don't really argue with that. I think grunge sort of was a not to get back to grunge too much, but like it was sort of a like I think because it's such a narrow genre, a lot of bands got kind of pulled into it like unwittingly. I think Alice in Chains, frankly, is probably the least grunge out of them, in my opinion, because to me, what makes grunge, and this is just entirely from like a structural standpoint, this is just subjective to the way grunge songs are written, and when I hear them, I identify them as grunge songs. It's like they use a lot of these like diminished open chords, and they use a lot of these kind of like loose playing styles where like the way they play a chord changes a bunch in the same bar and riff and stuff. And And like, so that's like, you know, Nirvana definitely lands there. I think Stone Temple Pilots probably lands there a little more for me because of that sort of style.
They are from LA, Stone Temple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like Alice in Chains was never sounded like that. Like Jerry Cantrell is a very heavy guitarist and a very deliberate guitarist. And he did play some of that kind of weird, he did like augment the way he played chords and stuff, but he's like almost too good to be like he just never had that looseness that, like, when you hear like, and that's why I had to even push more towards bands like Melvins and Tad as being more what I think of when I think of grunge. And then what it became is what Stone Temple Pilots sort of was. And then to me, Alice in Chains sort of lived outside of it. And then like Soundgarden dipped in and out of it, but they were also kind of different. So yeah, I think Alice in Chains, like when you reference them as being kind of a Sunset Strip band, like I tend to agree, because I think that's their sound is a little more deliberate, and I think they really do kind of have always fit more into metal for me. And so that's kind of where I land with them.
Yeah, they are. Listen to that first record and tell me you can't picture them playing with Faster Pussycat and Guns N' Roses.
Yeah,
like the Cat House.
yeah.
And I think that's what they wanted. But it goes back to monikers save your career or they torpedo your career.
Yeah.
And if everyone wanted to ride and this is where stuff gets interesting. In that documentary, they talked to the singer of a band called Tough.
Yeah,
and if you tell me you remember, you probably know some of these people because you lived in LA. If you've lived and worked in LA in the music business, you have crossed paths with so many platinum and gold selling artists that are doormen and bartenders. It really, I don't want to say humbles, because it can humble you, but it opens your eyes so wide that it could make you go, fuck it, I'm just going to go back to school and get my life right. That guy actually, to me, was really interesting in that documentary because he is actually extremely humble. And he even and he said the thing, he goes, I looked like Bret Michaels when I was young. So I moved to Los Angeles because I saw the fucking ads out for this band looking for a Bret Michaels like guy. And I'm like, I kind of look like Bret Michaels. So he put the bandana on. He moved to LA. They get a record deal. Another thing these guys didn't have to do was tour.
Yeah.
Even Motley Crue don't leave LA until Shout at the Devil. They weren't touring during Too Fast for Love.
No.
None of those bands toured. So the guy says when they're number one on Dial MTV, Nirvana's number 20. And it would just be a few months before they were off the charts and Nirvana was at the top. If they're called something else, can they sustain a career? Maybe not necessarily that band because they're trying so hard with image and name, but a band like Skid Row, who to me is not a hair metal band. They're like a good hard rock band.
Yeah.
But because of 18 in Life and I Remember You and Sebastian Bach's long natural hair, actually, he didn't bleach it. They get categorized as a hair metal band and immediately get thrown away.
Yeah.
Alice in Chains, had they been called a metal band, I think would have suffered the same fate.
Probably. Yeah. I think Soundgarden too, because they were
definitely
in that same, their early stuff was like very much like in that same wheelhouse. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny. Fun fact. So the first show I ever played in LA was with Pretty Boy Floyd.
No shit.
If you want to talk about a band that like struck when the iron was cooling off, like, they I mean, they went full Motley Crue in an era where Motley Crue wasn't Motley Crue. And
thank you.
And and they, you know, and they struck like enough to be somebody, but by the time I played with them, which was, you know, maybe 12 years after their debut, 13 years after their debut, like they were still wearing the makeup, like, and here we are, we were a new metal band. So like, this is like how just weird the whole thing was, which like, I guess maybe there is sort of a funny synchronicity about a new metal band playing, you know, in the early 2000s with a band
Was
like
your okay? Was your hair spiked, or did you have the
that.
things?
My hair at that time, God, I can't remember.
Did you do cornrows? What did
I
you
was
do?
never too much into the spike. It was kind of like messy.
Oh,
Like,
you did
like
the
it
did
was
you
a
do the, was
little,
it the messy gel thing?
yeah, it was a little,
Okay.
I guess a little spiky, but yeah, it was. I never did like the needle spikes, or it was just too much work, man. But yeah, it was. That was the first show, and it was at a strip club in Pasadena, I think. So it was like just the weirdest. It was like such a funny way to like walk into my life in LA metal, is like at a strip club opening for Pretty Boy Floyd in a new metal band, and
Oof.
playing on the like strip club stage, like the poles are like on the stage, so you're like bumping into them, and it was so weird, man. And but you know, it was very eye-opening to watch like guys who, like, again, I mean, this is, yeah, 12, 13 years after they debuted. So like really not a very long time, but in LA and music time, I mean, that might as well be
Dinosaur.
forever. So yeah, so yeah, these guys were like probably in their mid 30s at this point. Like, you know, just
Young men,
yeah,
somebody that you and I would call a young man now.
yeah,
And you're looking at him like, oh, look at you, you fucking fossil.
yeah, yeah. And you know, they were nice. I mean, they were not, I don't know how many members were the original. I doubt. It's probably just the singer, um, but like they were not too bad. But the singer definitely, like, I was just like, for a band playing to 30 people at a strip club, this seems like a guy who could probably use a little bit of like perspective and humility, because he was just like, it's one thing to like go up and put on a show, but like it's another thing to like be that guy off stage at a show where like half the people there don't even know you. Like, I feel like we drew more people than they did.
Tour laminate on? Do you have a tour laminate on?
I don't think so, but God, that would have been fun. He just has this whole stack on a ring right on his hip.
Oh, dude, my favorite is tour laminate guy playing a little bar. It's like, hey,
Yeah,
dude, what's
yeah,
that for?
yeah. Like, were you worried they weren't going to let you in?
Yeah.
Man,
My favorite is running into tour laminate guy and then asking them where they're going tomorrow just to make small talk, and they look
yeah,
at the tour laminate. I was like, you knew where the fuck you were going.
yeah.
Don't act like that shit told you.
That's
Fuck
funny.
out of here.
Although I will say, I feel like I never know. I'm always like, I don't fucking know, man. Like,
You know, if look, you put some miles on yourself and then you don't know where you are, or you kind of, oh yeah, where am I again? Okay,
yeah,
when you run into there's some douche nozzle at the show and you look at the tour laminate and it's like weekend dates.
yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
bitch, you know you're going home tonight.
yeah, yeah. There's just like 6 shows on the laminate, like,
For the whole year.
yeah, you're just like, why? Or the laminates that don't have dates at all, because it's like their permanent laminate that they roll with, you know, like, that one's funny. Like, you know,
I haven't met that guy. That's even
yeah.
that's a special guy.
So that was in, I guess, in the more, I guess I saw it in 2015, and it was some of the bands that when I was on that Between the Buried and Me and Intronaut tour, and we had, like, you know, sometimes there'd be, depending on the date that we landed on, there'd be like a local opener or just someone that was like touring and landed in the town at the same time, was booked on the same show. And we had yeah, there were more than once I saw bands who had their own laminate just for their band. It was just like the band, and then it didn't have dates or anything. And I was like, And I was like, what's, I didn't ask because I was just like, I don't want to be rude, but like, my brain, I'm like, what the fuck is that for? Like, you've got the
Yeah.
wristband on. That's what the venue gave you. Like,
Like that's how I know you
Yeah.
can be next to me in this
Yeah,
backstage
it's
area.
has nothing to do with that laminate. I mean, I don't know, but who knows? Maybe there's some purpose behind it. But I
They
think
don't even like those are the kind of people that they don't advance the show, right? It's not like they called the venue the night before, like,
Yeah.
no one is allowed to sit next to us in the bar unless they have the official, little fuckhead laminates. If they don't have little fuckhead laminates,
Yeah.
then it's a no-go, brother.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, because every bar that holds 40 people would be like, I'm hanging up the phone on you.
Yeah.
I'm extremely angry that you wasted my time.
Yeah.
But yeah. Tour laminate guy is a special person to me.
Yeah.
I'm luckily living here in Mexico, I don't run into tour laminate guy.
Yeah. Well, and even nowadays, you don't run into them as much because it's just like tours are just, everyone has been learning over the last, especially since COVID, I think, because I haven't been on tour in years, but as I've visited friends who are on tour, and I'm kind of watching the crews do their thing and stuff, like I noticed people are a lot more just like job oriented with it. And it also might be the bias of the fact that all my friends are my age or older pretty much, and they work with very seasoned people. But I think it's just, even the young bands that are opening for these guys are just like so much more humble than they used to be, because they see the reality of it now, and it's just not like, and people aren't impressed by it anymore. Nobody's like, when you're like, I tour for a living, people are like, oh wow, like it's like
how do you do that? I work on YouTube and do parody Metallica songs and make fucking $80,000 a year.
Which is where all these musicians are going now. Like, just half of my friends who have done that pivot in their careers are doing so much better now. Like,
have you seen this kid? He can't be that old, and he does these things where people will send him things, and it's like, I want to hear Everlong, but in the style of the Deftones. And the kid can actually play guitar, and so he plays guitar. And I think he has programs of drums and everything. And then he does sing. He's actually a pretty good singer.
Yeah, I've seen that guy. He's really good.
That's what he does. He's never going to do a live show. He doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Why would he?
It is funny though, because I meet every once in a while, like at NAMM or something, I'll meet these guys. Like, so there's this guy Jared Dines, and he's
he plays with Howard Jones in some band.
Yeah, and he was like, when I first met him, he was very green, but he was already very wildly popular on YouTube. So, and I've been meeting these guys at NAMM over the years. I haven't been there in a few years, but as the 2010s were happening, and I saw these kids showing up, and like some of my friends that had guitar companies were like endorsing them and stuff. And so Jared had a guitar made for his YouTube channel by Ormsby Guitars, and Perry Ormsby is a kind of a friend of mine tangentially through Sully Guitars, and he wanted like an 18-string guitar, and it was just like, and it was a joke basically, but he wanted like a playable 18-string guitar. So Sully Guitars Ormsby Guitars built that for him, and I met him. And I was talking with like so I was there, and like a couple of my buddies from Cattle Decapitation were there with me, and we were like all talking about touring, and he was like, I think he mentioned he was a fan of theirs, and was kind of like trying to pick their brains about just what's it like, and being a musician. And like everybody just kind of resoundingly was like, you're doing way better than any of us. And we all wish we were able to just do this. Like, if we could just stay home, do that shit, and never, it's like, I would love to play shows for fun, and that's what I've turned into, kind of doing, at least since kind of my, I wouldn't call it retirement, but just stepping away from it. But it's like, the only thing I'll do is like, if I get an offer, like we played the Monolith Festival up here in Taos, in 2019, summer of 2019, as Devil's Throne, and you know, and it's like, I'll get out of bed for that. Like, I'll just go to one show, hang out, like stay the night at the hotel there, like come home and like, you know, still have a week ahead of me, you know. But yeah, it's just like these kids, like a lot of them really want to do that. And the reality is once they get out there and they've done it a couple times, they're just like, fuck, man, like it's all just hard work. And like, you know, there's so little payoff to it, even when you are kind of popular.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's not to discourage people from doing it. I accidentally do that a lot, but I think that it's just, they don't realize like that none of this is, it's not fun and it's not cool anymore. Like it's just hard fucking work because you have to do it all yourself because nobody can afford to pay people to do it for them. And so this is all my roundabout way of getting around to where I think the tour laminate guy is starting to die off because
he can't exist. You can't even pretend to be tour laminate guy.
No, because they just they wash out. Like you can't be that guy because you just do it for a week and you are like, fuck, this sucks. I don't want to do it anymore.
So much money. You have to have money behind you. And some of these bands that I'm seeing on the road all the time, I'm like, how are these guys on the road all the time? Because there's no way in the world they're making that much money.
A lot of rich kids in that world.
A lot of rich kids in the music business.
We've talked about it. Toasting and I love that guy.
So many rich kids in the. That's all the music industry is, in my opinion. Is just a sea of kids with money.
Yeah.
But look, we've talked. I've had you here for too long. Thank you very much. I know you have some fathering to do today.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure. I miss you. I want to say this on air. I miss you and your family. I still haven't physically met your daughter. That's how long it's been.
God, damn. Yeah.
Your wife was pregnant with her.
Yep.
We knew she was coming, and then, you know, life changed.
Yep. God. Well, one of these days we'll figure it out.
Oh, look who just joined us, Chris Contos,
hey.
who's playing in Forbidden right now. Yeah. I was originally, it's so funny that he just chopped in. I was this close, Chris, to trying to hit you up to come on with us to talk about this era because you are older than Pasquale and I, and you were, if not making music in this era, you were probably at least going to shows. So I would have loved to have heard you talk about this, but you still owe me a show anyway, Contos. So let's talk about 1994, 30 years of metal and new metal. So thank you very much. And listen to the playlist. Again, I'm going to put the playlist up one more time in the chat. And bam, there is the playlist. It's in the chat. Click it. It's a link to it. It's kind of a fun little playlist to listen to. A lot of that music kind of stays. It's not too dynamic, in my opinion. Outside of the big new wave of British heavy metal bands, a lot of that shit kind of sounds the same. But I dig a lot of it, and there was some music that I had never heard before. Definitely, I think Scorpions Blackout is a fucking great record. Again, A Number of the Beast is a fucking great record. Screaming for Vengeance is a fucking great record. Iron Fist is a great fucking record. The Accept, Restless and Wild is a great fucking record. Don't sleep on fucking Anvil.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on fucking Loudness. Go back and listen to the Roth years of Van Halen and tell me that Diver Down was not the clue that you knew that band was over that guy. We need to do a whole show of that, of Roth versus Hagar era Van Halen.
Yeah.
And just make them go head to head and talk about each record, why they're great and why they're horrible. And
yeah, that'll be a fun one. I mean, you could talk for 5 hours about that and never reach a verdict.
I don't look again. I think it's apples and oranges.
Yeah,
I love the Roth years, but listen to those records in succession, and by the time you get to Diver Down, if you're doing anything, if you're cooking, give a fuck what you're doing, chasing after your goddamn kids, once Diver Down comes on, you'll be like, what the fuck just came on? The fuck is this?
Yeah.
And then when 1984 comes on, after
Yeah.
you dance along to the songs you're like, what the fuck was that?
Some synth going on. What
Yeah,
is
what
this?
the fuck is this?
Yep.
So true. Oh, Chris, we talked about the whole new wave of British heavy metal. You should have been on this show, dude. And
Yeah,
Chris
it was
is playing festivals with a lot of these guys too. He's playing
Oh yeah,
festivals overseas.
sure.
and
I'm
shit.
sure of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sure he's seen. He just played with Merciful Fate.
Oh man.
You know, does it get any fucking metal and cooler than Merciful Fate?
Yeah. Who's he out with right now? Or these?
He's out with Forbidden.
Oh, yeah,
Forbidden
okay.
is doing. I think they're. Chris, are you in Latin America right now? I don't know. I don't know if they're there. I think they're going to be there later this year because if they go to Mexico City, I'm going to try to see him.
Nice. Yeah. See, I see him in chat talking about the good stuff. It was going on a Venom kick earlier. So
yeah. Go back and listen to the Chris. Do me a favor, please, brother. I would appreciate this. Can you share this show with all of the metal homies so they can know that a real deal musician that brings real deal musicians on the show that have actually done the thing, lived the life, had deals, lost deals, done all the shit that you want your musicians to do, host a fucking show, and sometimes we talk about music. November 7th. Okay, then I'll see you in Mexico City. Put me on the guest list, please.
Nice.
Mexico City on the 17th. That's probably gonna be awesome. Look, Donald James says Forbidden. They were one of my first shows back in the early 90s. Well, check them out again if you see them on the festival circuit. I don't think those guys are bothering like we said doing a bullshit tour.
Well, that's I did, not to drag us out too much, but I did see Chris mention, he kind of pushed back a little on my gripes about touring. But that's the thing, like where I was before that part of the conversation was talking about how, like, I'll hit the one-offs, I'll hit the festivals. I love that stuff. But yeah, that's it. Like, if you can capture that and you can just be doing that stuff, man, it's so much more, so much more fun.
You're gonna have a killer performance.
Yeah.
Killer performance.
Well, and then you get like the thing I cannot hammer home enough about festivals. Like, I don't care if you're the tiniest band on the list. It doesn't matter, because there's the built-in crowd, and like, as long as it's not a shitty festival, you're gonna get the energy. Like, the people who've never heard you, people who don't give a shit about you, like, still love you when you're up there. And to me, that's why it's fun to do. Granted, the Monolith Festival isn't like a massive festival. It's all like doom bands and, sleep and shit. So everyone's like kind of, but still the energy is still there. But, and yeah, touring to break a band is definitely not these days, but
no. So, who can afford it? Who wants to? And I don't think this is gonna sound real mean, and I'll end with this mean thing, and I can't wait to see the comments on this. I don't think a lot of newer bands have the psyche to take the constant rejection and playing in front of no one consistently.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people, because our lives are so predicated on showing the best of us.
Yep.
And if you're a musician, you want to just constantly show the big crowd.
Yep.
And when you pull up and play fucking, what's that one city in Delaware that everybody has to play? What's it called?
I don't know. I can't think of city.
I can't think of the name of the fucking city, because Delaware is like 3 blocks long. There's just one fucking city that has 2 venues with the same name, and I can't remember the name of the venue.
Dover.
Yeah. When you pull up in Dover to play a show, because remember, it's easier for those people to go see you in Philly anyway.
Yeah.
But when you're actually playing in Delaware, and 8 people show up, and of those 8 people, 2 of them are buying Coke from the sound guy. 3 of them are bar flies, and a couple of them are friends of the opening band who the promoter got because no one was coming to see you. And you've done that for the 15th night in a row. Not a lot of people have it in them to keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, God,
Wilmington, Sean Moon, thank you. It's
Wilmington, yeah,
It's
okay, that's
Wilmington,
what
yeah,
it is.
yeah.
I was thinking about
I
the
have
other.
played Dover as well. Was Dover not in Delaware? Is it in New
No, it's
Hampshire?
like I think it's the capital
Is
of
it the
Delaware.
capital? I've
Yeah,
played Dover. I played 2 Dovers. Anyway,
yeah.
you were saying?
I've only ever passed through Wilmington. It's always between Maryland
Because
and
you play fucking Philly, right?
yeah, like,
Playing
yeah, we're
Wilmington.
playing TLA, like we're not playing.
Yeah, no.
But
When you're in a shit band, you play Delaware.
yeah, I mean, I've been in a lot of shit bands though. So I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, God, yeah, I don't know, man. Well, and yeah, like I see a lot of my friends still see, and here's the thing, yeah. If bands can, I just saw this comment and I have to totally sidetrack on it.
What
I
is
know
this
everyone
comment? I'll
forgets
highlight it.
Delaware.
Was it this one?
You only will ever go pass through Delaware in your lifetime if on a normal tour. But like, yeah, that there with if they can make a living from doing shows, but yeah, that's the problem. Like it's like if you're established, if you're a legacy band and you've got some wheels under you and you know how to, and you've got an agent who knows how to like spot opportunities and knows how to push for them, you know, you can keep it moving, you know, and or bands like Death to All, where you got like Gene and Steve, and you know, putting it together and capturing something that they're so known for, but you can't, as a working band, like it used to be, you know, in my early days, it was, we had, you know, one of us had a van or we rented a van or whatever, and we threw everything in. We bought our merch ourselves. We had everything done, you know, on DIY. We had enough of a following locally that we could kind of push it out of the city limits. We could go up to Bakersfield. We could go up north to the Bay Area. We knew bands in those areas that had a draw, so it was kind of organic. But the problem now is, you know, it's like the two sides of the coin. We still do it DIY, but then you contend with the fact that everything costs so much more to do. Merch costs so much more. Everything costs more. Pressing, you know, and then you don't want to press too much because like people don't buy records like they used to, or you have to do vinyl, which is hyper expensive. And it, yeah, you make your money back as long as you're selling, but you can't guarantee everyone's going to be doing that. You have to make sure you know you're in the right lane.
The margin's too thin. By the way, the margin on a CD for the average band, if you're selling it for $10, is probably at least $5 to $6. The margin for vinyl is probably $2 to $3.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it was but that's, and like these bands are all just, you know, and then the other problem is like you end up in a 360 deal, you know, once the record industry just shit itself, it became, you know, okay, we're going to own your merch, we're going to take cuts of your advances, like I mean, not your advances, your guarantees, like they're like dipping their hand in everything. Like when we signed with Victory, and it was I mean, I've got my opinions about that label, but it was like our lawyer was just like, this is insane, and like this, nobody should sign this, and like we had to push back, and we got something decent, but like it was like the things that they throw on the contract, like I think they just assume kids aren't going to have a lawyer and they're just going to be like, yeah, like that's fine. Oh, 6 albums, great. And you know, and the reality is like they're like, yeah, we'll give you the shirts to sell, we'll give you the CDs to sell, everything will be kosher, we'll give you even a little bit of tour support, and you know, you get your $2,000 of tour support, or you get a buy on for a bigger tour, and then you're not making shit on your merch because the label owns it. You know, we had to fight to be like, we'll let you make one shirt and we'll make the rest ourselves, and it was like, you know, they actually still had some veto power on what we could sell, but it was but it's just like everything is designed to work against musicians now. So sorry, just getting on that damn soapbox. But
no, it's a you know, I think every time we talk about this, we always talk about it like what it really is like for artists, because again, we've really been out there, we've really done it on different levels. We've tour managed, we played on bigger tours, we've maybe tour managed on bigger tours, so you see how it works at a really, really high arena level. You see how it works at the nobody's coming to the bar level, playing the strip club with Pretty Boy Floyd. Like when you've seen it, when you've seen it from every angle, you start to realize, okay, well, this is how it works. And if you actually make money, like legitimate money from this, wow. But a lot of people don't. And that's another secret that, you know, kind of, I went off on this tirade and I won't get into it because this is a show I don't really want to talk too politically about. But, you know, this idea that there's a false sense of reality that a lot of people live in. And one of those false senses is people that you think are famous are not.
Yeah.
Or maybe I shouldn't say famous, are doing better. You
Yeah.
think they're doing a lot of actors, how to work construction gigs, a lot of musicians with plaques on the wall that could be currently charting.
Yep.
Are working side gigs that you don't know, because it's like, we don't make any money from this shit.
Yeah.
Not real money.
I've got an old band with a platinum record under their belt for, you know, but that was in the streaming era. And you know, they don't, I'm not speaking for them, but I know none of them are like rich. But you know, and when I get my, you know, royalty checks, I had to finally like set ASCAP to not send me checks for under $20. Like,
just save a tree.
Like, please just stop sending me checks. Like, I haven't seen one in a couple of years because of that. And you know, it's just it's been, yeah, it's there's you know, again, like, I want people to do music because they love to do music, and if anything good is coming out of this era, at least in my opinion, it's that, like, there's people who are going to seek virality, and you're going to have those people on YouTube and stuff, and that's cool. Like, they do your thing. But if you really want to, like, be a band and do music, like, you're going to learn pretty quickly that, like, you have to do it for the love of it. And, you know, the money just, it may come if you're lucky, but it's, you know, it's, you can't market yourself the same way as you used to. And, you know, even it used to be that even when all the kind of piracy freak out was happening and stuff in the 2000s, you could still tour and do something, you know, and now even that's become, you know, a tough proposition.
It's the kind of this myth of popularity, right? Because virality makes one think that someone is more popular or does better than they actually do. And when we usually see the quote unquote viral artist, it's usually in a festival setting.
Yeah.
So one of the things that, unless you like really follow music news, is that a lot of people that had viral hits, especially in the hip hop world, when promoters were trying to book them for bigger, like do tours, headlining in big rooms, because the virality and the way it comes out in the sales, right? Because so many spins is a sale. When we're hearing, oh, so-and-so artist just went platinum, it's like, well, did someone physically want to go buy that album and say, I want to listen to this record in its entirety? Or did someone spin it like Andre 3000's Flute record?
Yep.
He got a fuck ton of streams first week on that, where he was charting. Are people still listening to it now? I don't know. I don't think so, because no one's talking about it.
Yeah.
But it's this kind of false popularity where we think people are way more popular than they actually are.
Yep.
And the industry, for better or for worse, does not know how to deal with that. And they're constantly taking some losses on the viral celebrity because they're assuming, well, they've got all the spins, or these spins equal sales. It's like, no one's, if I give it to you for free and you have a passive relationship with my music, the odds of you actually paying an absorbent amount of fees to go see me play are slim to none.
Yeah.
There is a reason why podcasts now are surpassing music shows. And again, it's back to the whole skinny tie thing that I said early on. If you have such a transgressive experience where you're going to alienate people and fuck up a venue, even if you bring a bunch of people, if they're not drinking and breaking shit and causing fights, probably don't want to book you. No one wants to deal with you.
Yep.
If you come in with your skinny tie and your fans scream and yell and buy a bunch of beer, we're going to promote you to the four corners of the earth. We're going to make sure that everybody loves you. We're going to tell all our friends about you, and you're going to be a fucking thing.
Yep.
Chris Contos is in this fucking chat right now because of a legacy that he took years. He's been doing this for longer than both of Pascal and I put together.
Yep.
He can get a decent gig. They can go out and play a good festival show, sell some t-shirts, have a ball. You know what I mean? That's a pretty decent life.
Yeah.
They're not trying to do anything that big, but you know, they know who they are. There's already a base of people that have bought those records. They have an emotional relationship with that band, and there's always going to be a spot for those guys.
Yeah.
The viral cat, not so much. They'll be on some celebrity rehab / boxing / Big Brother in a matter of minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, musician, can you sell alcohol? That's really what hey, Dusty, this comment right here is what it boils down to. Can you sell alcohol? No.
Well,
you won't be around next year.
That kind of the peak of my career, as it were, was when Jägermeister was sponsoring everyone.
Oh, you were one of those Jaeger bands?
I'm not a huge drinker, but that is something I especially don't drink. But that era was like, that was literally like, someone was like, musician, can you sell alcohol? Like, and it just, they tied us to it. They run, marketing events.
Yeah, you had to have the Jaeger banner behind you whenever you played, right?
You had the banner. You had like, they'd have you like have like bottles and shot glasses on stage, and like I'd fill it with Coke because I did not want to fucking drink that stuff. But yeah, it was it's no joke, man. That was like, and those were the good days, because they'd give us, I mean, they wouldn't pay us a bunch, but they'd give us a lot of stuff. Like all my guitar picks had a Jaeger logo on them for a couple of, like for a year, like, and all of my I had like socks and wristbands with Jaeger on it and stuff, and just asked, could you play with this on? And in hindsight, I'm just like, God, this is a bunch of fucking sellout shit. But whatever, man. They were paying
that to me would fuck with my conscience more than trying to write a hit song.
It does. It did with so like I don't want the band. One of the bands I was in, I don't want to blow them up on this. I mean, they didn't do anything wrong, but it was like, I wasn't really a big drinker. Like we had two very much sober people in the band, and it turned into kind of a thing where we're like, should we do this? And it kind of, and lucky enough, in came Toyota with all the Scion stuff, like right at that moment. And we're like, yeah, I like Toyotas. It's fine. I even bought a Scion. I didn't get a discount though, but
we'll be the Scion band.
Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. But they were putting on a bunch of metal stuff too. I still have a Scion shirt that's just Scion, but like in an old black metal font. And
that's funny, dude.
It's so funny. And to me, I'm like, it's all sellout shit, whatever. But it is like, it's hilarious because I'm like, what business do I have like selling cars by playing metal? Like I was almost like impressed by the forethought to like do that. I was just like, I guess, man, fucking wild. But like, if you're willing to pay for these shows, if you're willing to put us on, you're willing to help us on tour, like they paid for our bus wrap, they did a bunch of cool shit for us. So I'm just like, I guess, man, like, especially in that day and age, this is going on almost 20 years ago now, but well, yeah, God, it has almost been 20 years, but that stuff all was happening when we were just trying to figure out how to make a living. So, it was kind of, we just took advantage of it. But yeah, those were Wild West days, man, when it came to just like the corporate hand in music, because they couldn't make money selling records anymore.
And what's really funny? There's a band, I won't say their name. I will say their name because I don't think they're bad. I don't think they're bad people whatsoever. I think they're actually really good kids, and I kind of miss them. We used to play with them all the time. They're called Hemorrhage, and they've gotten relatively successful
Yep.
doing this thing. I think I've mentioned it before on the show, where they just show up to an already existing concert and play in like the parking lot.
Yeah.
if you're in line for the Slayer show, right, to get in, they pull up in a van that they outfitted with speakers and their amps and shit, and they just start playing. And they got to the point where they were like, well, we're tired of playing with promoters. We used to play with them all the time, to a small handful of people. And then they started just showing up. But this to me is kind of an outgrowth of an understanding of the ubiquity of music and how it holds a special place in people's heart, but not necessarily a special place in people's pocketbooks.
Yeah.
So instead of being the new band trying to work your way on a bill, they were this band that would just show up and thrash out in the parking lot. And in San Francisco, where you don't have parking lots, they would show up in front of the venue and just play until the police told them to leave.
Yeah.
Eventually, Exodus was playing, and Exodus doesn't play the same size rooms as Slayer. No slight on Exodus. It's just the fact.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they were playing a smaller room. The kids showed up. Word got to Gary Holt from Exodus. Hey, there's these kids out front, and they're just fucking rocking out in the. You should check it out. Gary Holt saw the kids and thought it was kind of cool that they were bypassing promoters.
Yeah.
So he showed himself buying a shirt, and I think he tweeted it out that these kids are doing it. And then a few other really big blogs and artists started catching wind to what they were doing, and they didn't stop it. They said, you know what, we're gonna go on tour on street corners, and we're going to put a post out on our social media that says, if you want to see us, we're going to be at this street corner in LA, we're going to be at this street corner in Sacramento, we're going to be at this street corner in Fresno. They just did it regionally. They kept doing it, they kept doing it, they kept doing it, kept doing it, kept doing it, kept doing it. And eventually, because all these big time metal podcasts are talking about these kids, the corporate hand got in there, and a small corporate hand, ESP Guitars, said, here's some free instruments.
Yeah.
Now, I feel very comfortable saying this. Kantos is watching. You're here. That's a goal when you start doing music, to get free shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
when you're sitting around at in the practice room, it's like, dude, wouldn't it be so dope if we got ESP deals?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You're fake designing your ESP online. And again, I know these dudes super well. They're super sweet kids, and they really do care about stuff. They've been trying, I don't want to say make it, but they've been trying to do scene stuff since I've known them. They're like, we're going to throw a punk rock flea market in San Francisco. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And they've had some bumps along the way. Really, really good kids, right? So they get this endorsement by ESP, and they're super stoked about it. This is the thing that you always wanted. And I always wanted to sit down with them and talk with them personally and ask this question. You got the popularity because of the thing, which is almost spectacle. It's not in the songs necessarily, it's the way you're presenting the package, which is the interest. How do you capitalize on that? What do you do next?
Yeah.
Because is this something you want to do forever, or do you want to eventually get in the door? You're outside already knocking, and if you get in the door, what do you then do? Do you just become part of the system, or do you get in there and really try to change things and go, you know what, we'll get in the door, but we're never going to play a Ticketmaster venue because we don't like the extra fees. Like, is this stance about hating the system, or is this stance about being kept out of the system?
Yeah.
Because you can fight it until you then get indoctrinated in it. And then it's a little different. So they just got, and it was actually a dude. And again, because we don't just know each other, like we were playing the same shitty places together, sometimes like out of town.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's that kind of relationship, like kind of like the relationship I have with you almost.
Yeah. Okay.
I say almost because you and I, it's just too many times I've stayed in your house. but they got to play Aftershock. And it's like, again, are you fighting the system, or are you fighting the fact that the system isn't letting you in?
Yeah.
Because once you get in, then it's over. You're
Yep.
never going to be subversive. You're never going to be cutting edge. You're just going to be another thing.
Yep.
And I don't know if anyone's in their ear having that conversation, because that's a really important conversation. These guys are getting a little older.
Yeah.
You know, like we're talking about, part of why we can't do it anymore is because, again, Kantos is here.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody trying to lug that shit upstairs. Ain't nobody trying to play 4/12s and help the bass player, you know, lug up his 810 cabinet upstairs.
Yep.
But that's what's so interesting to me about these cats, because they are kind of what I'm writing about. There's this moment where you can really shock the system with some of these genres of music and change it, but then everybody gets indoctrinated and it's like, second verse same as the first.
Yeah. Well, and you know, as you were telling that story, like, you know, hearing what they were doing in their kind of guerrilla tactic,
Super guerrilla, yeah.
getting into the door was it's you know, it's hard to even know, because I think it's like guys like us who've kind of been churned through the system well enough to, like, at least, you know, I never was at, you know, arena. Well, I guess, yeah, I was never like a headlining arena level player. And I've played with some big people and I've done some big things, but like, as I, you know, when I entered music professionally, because you know, I'd been playing it my whole life. I mean, my dad is a musician, and I played, you know, as a little kid with his stuff. And but like, as I got to LA and watched the way the system worked, I was like, okay, like this is you know, this is like it's a walk in the door with your resume and see if you can pass the interview kind of thing. And like, I just kind of accepted it that way from the get-go. So like, I had no sense of kicking in the door at that point, because I was like, look, I already, you know, I was playing a lot of little stuff when I was a teenager, and I just kind of knew intuitively, like, this is, if I want to do this, this is what I need to do. And it did work out, but you know, but the reality, as you walk past that shiny lobby of the music industry, and you get, you know, you find yourself in the mail room, like you just realize like how much that system is you're in one of those rock crushing machines, you know, and you're and it's like, you know, you're hoping that the fine dust you come out as is like, you know, something that gets used to build something and not just, you know, blows off the conveyor belt. But it's kind of, you know, looking back on it and listening to that story about them and just kind of understanding like the very brilliant way they got their foot in the door, like, it does make me scared for what it's like when, you know, you start engaging at that level, because it's like, you guys are certainly not born of the spirit of, you know, endorsements and you know, having a record deal and touring that way, and like, what's the, like, the experience is fundamentally different. Like when I'm watching you play in a parking lot on the back of a van or whatever, and now you're in a, you know, sanctioned space that's being run by promoters, and you're given the venue cut and all that, and it's becoming this, you know, very different thing. Like, is the context gonna make it not as good, you know? And that's, to me, that's almost the hardest part, because I'm like, man, I don't know if I were them, I'd be worried that going to play stuff like you know, Aftershock or whatever ends up being, you know, kind of working in the wrong direction from what got you where
can.
you are. And
Dude, at sometimes staying outside can be the best thing for you,
yeah,
because you may not achieve a certain height of success, and you may not have a certain access. To your point, you get access when you sign that deal.
Yep.
To say, oh, hey, you're going to open for this band, you're going to open. Those things may not work out, but you have access to it, right? And that may lead you to have like a career outside of playing music. Maybe you become a manager or a tech of some kind or whatever. But there's a rap group I know called Living Legends, and two of the main members are called Mystic Journeyman, or main groups. And I remember they were presented with a record deal from Def Jam or somebody like that. Tommy, if you're listening, please comment and tell me which label it was. I can't remember. This is in the 90s. And they turned it down. And it was like a lot of money at the time for what we thought was a lot of money. It was like a couple $100,000. Rap guys didn't get really big deals like rock guys did.
Yeah.
And they turned that deal down, and they needed the money. They were definitely housing insecure, as you would say in today's language. But I don't want to even say the motivational speaker would say they bet on themselves. I won't say they bet on themselves. They saw a bigger picture, that if they sign that deal, they're a part of a system now that they've been antithetical to this whole time.
Yeah.
We threw something called, there's always a summer jam in your major city, right? And they threw this thing at the Maritime Hall that no longer exists called the Hella Broke Summer Jam, because the name of their little underground label was Unsigned and Hella Broke, because we were all unsigned and hella broke.
Yeah.
And you can't throw Hella Broke Summer Jam on a major label.
Yeah.
And to your point, the show is different. They used to do these shows, and if anybody is watching that remembers the shows at the 4001 warehouse in East Oakland, if you brought them food, which was top ramen packets, you got $2 off your entry. It was $5 to get in for a warehouse show at there. They lived in a warehouse.
Yeah.
So you brought top ramen, it's $3 now.
Nice.
So that kind of ingenuity makes the show a lot more fun, because you're experiencing something different than you would, to your point, at the sanctioned venue. Yeah. When these kids are playing at the Slayer concert in the parking lot, and you see people jumping off the hood of the van, that's fun, because you weren't expecting it. Oh my God, here it is. You're going to remember it forever. Maybe you'll even follow them online to see them do it again. Yeah. I don't know how you can sustain that, and I don't know what I'm saying this honestly. I don't know what the next thing you do after that is. Yeah. But when you pivot into going, all right, well, now I got in. That's what I wanted. I was knocking the whole time, and I got in. It's like, ooh, getting in is not what you think it is, because you created a whole different atmosphere.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. It's hard to like, again, the context is so radically different from one experience to the other that I don't know. You know, it's kind of, I like to think of like Gwar or something, where it's like, you know, the thing that makes a Gwar show so good, because you know, and this is gonna be a hot take, but like, I don't think their music is as good as what they are as a concept. And I don't mean they're bad. It's just that when like, I've never really sat down and listened to Gwar like much in my life. I mean, I know their songs, I've seen them a lot, but seeing them live is like, this is why I like this band. Like, these guys fucking rule. But the reason, the containment of what makes them good has to be like, what size venue are you in? Like, because if they're doing that shit at a festival, like, it's not like, what is it? You can't get sprayed with blood. Like, you don't get the like in your face thing that happens at a Gwar show. And so, to me, I think that, like, that's, you know, they know their lane. They've always stayed in it. I don't think they've really been able to jump higher anyway, but the reality is that they know themselves really well. They always have. And so being able to put on a show like that, and in the context that they need it to be, where it's in these mid-sized venues where they can get the blood cannons to shoot all the way across. And also, you know, working with venues and promoters who understand what they do, so that they aren't, you know, they don't get tied down, because that's another challenge with, you know, being a messy band. And so, like, they found it, and you know, they're booked properly because of that. And when you go to a Gore show, I think 100% of the time you're going to have a great time, and whether you like them or not musically, because their context is so baked into what they're doing, and they are always in the place they need to be in to do that. And you know, if you're doing things in parking lots, like, you might need to figure out a way to just do it in bigger parking lots. Like, it's but I don't know that going in the building is going to help you, you know.
I don't know what the next step is. And again, I say this because I want people to listen to this band.
Yep.
Again, I played enough shows with them. I think they're really cool people. I think their music is cool. Hemorrhage, check them out. You know, what they're doing is very, very interesting. And I don't know if anyone our age would have thought of that. I do think, you know, coming out of the streaming era and going, why don't we just show up and play? Like, fuck me. Like, can we think beyond the box and go, how do we give this away for free even more? Because then you got to sell merchandise, or get donate, whatever the fuck you're doing. I don't know. You're passing a hat around. Every show was a house show at that point. I don't know.
Yeah.
But you know, again, whatever they're doing to get to this point where you're getting this much attention about you, sometimes you got to get decent management. You got to have good people in your corner. And again, I haven't been around these cats in a few years. I don't know who's in their corner. I don't know who's talking to them, that's in their ear, that's saying, hey, let me hook you up with this person. They're a good cat and they won't lead you astray and they won't fuck you guys up. Because it's one thing to be like 21 years old and then you find yourself at 26 going, oh, this sucks. You can still kind of, you know, go move boxes somewhere, UPS.
Yeah, sure.
When you're 45, moving those boxes is real difficult.
You're telling me, man. I lucked out. I mean, I figured, you know, I landed where I needed to land, but I you know, I mean, I hit, you know, I was, once I hit 30, I was like, you know, and I split with pathology, and I kind of reached the point where I was like really rethinking things. And that's when I did just, you know, find a job and settle down. And, you know, it worked out, and I still was able to tour, you know, a couple more times and put out a lot of music since. But, you know, there is that crossroads. You get to, yeah, exactly. Live fast, die young. Cruel joke. That is the damn truth. Like, we are too healthy a generation of musicians, man. I don't know what, like, we were supposed to die at 27, you know, but
no, not at all. What did
you
say? I want to die before I get old. Like,
yeah,
nah, man.
Not allowed to anymore, man.
No, you got to figure out how to, and that's a rough, you know, when you're going full bore like that, and you got the energy behind you, you got youth in your side, and then I was like, oh man, I don't want to see these kids bottom out. I don't want to see these kids. Remember those black kids that were playing metal on the New York street?
Yep.
I can't remember their name.
Yeah, I can't.
And they went viral.
Yeah.
And then they started putting them on festivals and shit and making them write records. And I mean, they were kids. They were like,
yeah, they were children, 14, man. Yeah.
11 years old. They were just doing instrumental stuff. So then they had to get a singer and all this other shit. And they fizzled out. I don't even know if the kids do music anymore.
That's the industry story in a nutshell, man. It's like, you know, it's not every band goes through that, but that's, you know, I mean, that's a great example of what happens. It's like, you know, when there's always someone with some money looking to bottle it and sell it. And, you know, and especially in the day and age of not being able to sell the music as a product, you know, how do you capitalize on it? And, you know, and these kids, like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think a good example is like, if you're out busking in New York and you're pulling in, I mean, I know some guys who pull in like enough of a living busking to live, you know? And so, those guys, like, if someone saw them, they went viral, and then someone was like, well, let's put you on a tour. That goes from making money every single day to someone paying to buy you onto a tour, probably. And then you having to figure out a way to recoup that. But like, you don't, even if you do have merch, it's like, what's the merch for? Like, what the thing people were giving you money for was being out on the street playing music that they liked. And now, what do you do? And that's I think metal is especially dangerous in that world, because DIY is very powerful, and house shows and stuff are meaningful experiences for people. And watching kids on a van in front of a venue like that's a meaningful experience. And I maybe I'm a little jaded in my middle age, but like going to a show is always a fun experience and I enjoy it. But like, as far as how much I've invested in doing that as a concert goer and stuff, like I don't, things don't stand out that way. Like, when I see it, if I saw Hemorrhage play a show and I didn't know who they were and I didn't have any context for what got them onto that stage, like I may like them, but I wouldn't, I might not think it's anything outrageously different from what I've seen already. So so I don't know. It's I'm glad people are doing that, and I just worry that the industry, what's left of it at least, never will understand what that is, and they'll just keep doing what you were saying, where it's like, find some viral kids, put them on a tour, and then it just fizzle out, rinse, repeat. Like, it just keeps happening that way.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care at all. They don't care at all if you fizzle out.
No, they
don't care.
They just need that moment just enough,
because there's another person that's going to do the same thing but better.
Yep,
they'll be cuter, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So no. I want to. There's some comments that people made during the show that I wanted to highlight, and then we can get out of here. So I apologize. Wow, so long, so hour-long monologue until guess, maybe a new record. Yes, maybe that is a new record.
But every time we get together,
I mean, this is a short version of you and I in real life.
We'll start at like, what was that last time I saw you? Actually, was
we talked till the sun came up. Dude.
It was like 10 p.m. when I showed up, and it was like 5 a.m. when I left. So
you're one of the few people that can back up my story of me being so angry. I was literally throwing the headliner's band's equipment into the street.
Yeah.
The streets were papered with the poster for Metallica's first show. I didn't go because I'm good at getting my ass kicked at those scenes. Pre-internet rock and roll ran on mimeograph machines, metal horns, Hobo Roadie. Shout out to Hobo Roadie. Do I know you in real life, Hobo Roadie? Because that sounds like something a Soundwave person would say. Metal Mike Sanders and Lester Bang started calling bands heavy metal in the early 70s, but Steppenwolf had already used heavy metal thunder in a lyric. What is this comment? Great Lakes Feather Company. LOL, I'm sorry I only listen to like 3 metal bands, but I love the history of the genre, and my father-in-law schools me every time we drink. Boris Melvin with the Black Sabbath cover. Venom, welcome to hell. That's all you had to say to get your fucking comment read and get an applause. They were shouting at the devil, whereas Venom was at war with Satan. That is very funny, Marco.
Or alongside Satan, specific.
This is from Boo Radley. Killers and what Priest was doing definitely informed Slayer. Yes.
Yeah.
I think Slayer sped it up.
Yep.
Definitely think they sped it up. Although they wouldn't release anything till 84, COC would go on to be the pioneers of the crossover between metal and punk, and then heavy rock years later. Started in 1982.
Yeah, they're an old band, and I would argue that the kind of stoner rock genre wouldn't really catch the way it did without them, because the way they became that over time.
Because they were way before Caius too.
Right? Yeah, I mean, but their stuff early on was not like that. That's the thing that's weird about them. Like, they were definitely more like
they were a hardcore band.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, and then the 90s is when they really became like that just
Wise
riffy.
blood.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I'm not saying they started it, because they didn't, but Caius and Sleep and bands like that all were before them, but, or at least in terms of that sound, but they were on the radio with that stuff. So,
Oh, dude, if I was the king of all the rotten,
yeah,
like, would
I
you
like
be
that
my
album.
queen? Oh, dude, go bump that album.
Yeah, that's a good
Wise
album.
Blood by COC.
I love that one.
Thanks, Jason and Pasquale. How well did the Murder in the Front Row documentary capture the early days of American metal, especially the Bay Area scene? Well, Bay Planner, the best person to ask is in the chat with you right now. Yep. Chris Contos is not in that documentary, but Rick Hunel, who was actually at the live show that I replayed recently, it's up the TIR rewind of the book launch where we interviewed those guys. I believe we talk a little bit about Murder in the Front Row. Again, Chris was there. Ask him directly. He'll give you an answer. He is a very nice person. I remember Mary Wells at the Mabuhay opening for the Stirrups. Wow. That's crazy. Because isn't Mary Wells, wasn't she a Supreme?
Yeah.
So. I could be wrong, but I believe she was. Member for 16 months level. I'm here to support message. I was 6 years old in 1982. Joan Jett was my first. I believe they mean first concert, not their first time. Because that's just weird. And that would make her a predator.
Yeah. That'd be problematic.
That'd be very problematic. What's your prediction for the fight? Pain. That is from Rocky 3.
Yeah.
Mr. T is being asked as he's training. Eating all the butt is a banger, though. If you're new, if you just tuned in, please go back to earlier in the show where we went off on a riff about.
I'm gonna run that through one of those AI sites.
Please do it and send it to me.
I'm just gonna do it because in fact I'm gonna notate it just so I remember. It's Eating the Butt by Lil Fuckhead, right?
Lil Fuckhead. Eating all the butt.
Because it's not worth writing. This is what AI was made for.
This is what AI is good for.
Yes,
making Little Fuckhead
absolute trash by Little Fuckhead. Jason, if this is the thing that makes us $1 million,
that's when you get mad at $1 million.
Yeah,
right. When like, who are you again? I'm just Miles. Never heard of you. I'm the guy behind Little Fuckhead and eating all the butt. Oh, dude, eating all the butt. Munch on the cheeks.
You'll do that thing. The new plug incantation rips, by the way. That's that thing that happens though, and this is when like the actor is only famous for like one thing, like when Linda Blair doesn't like, she hates being Linda Blair sometimes because of The Exorcist, but like this is that thing where it's going to happen to us. We're going to be like, well, like I spent 25 years doing this, and we got in it young, like we just hustled, and here's all this stuff I did, and everyone's like, I don't know what that is. I don't know. Oh, Lil Fuckhead, yeah.
Oh, did we let us?
That's all you had to say.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Well. That
is the disgusting reality of celebrity culture and where we are today in 2024.
Yep.
What was the state of the hose in 1982? Well, very willing. It was a different time.
Yeah,
it was a different time, and for a band like Motley Crue, this is the whole canceled song you listen to and you go, did you guys really get canceled? Because you released a book, a memoir, if you will, where there's excerpts of it where you go, I think maybe Tommy punched a woman.
Yeah.
I think we might have raped that chick in the closet, but oh well.
Yeah.
Such is life.
Yep.
And you're still doing arenas. Yeah. So who the fuck is canceling Motley Crue?
Fucking not. It's guys that they get their their ego gets a little hurt because someone calls them out, and then they're like, oh, cancel culture's coming to get us. It's like, dude, fucking, it's not. Dude, it's not. You guys have had zero. You haven't even stumbled over the crack in the sidewalk, man. You're fine. Man.
Like, what was the low point in your career playing a fucking 3,000 seater after
Yeah.
playing 10,000 pluses for 20 years. You're like, oh, we're in a 3,000 seater for like 2 years of our career before we decide to get a roller coaster on stage.
Yeah. Cancel Vince for his fucking voice these days.
Yeah, your singer was so bad you kicked him out of the band, then brought him back, and have been more successful with him singing drunk off of his ass, looking like a cartoon cat.
Yep.
Like, this is shut up.
Yep.
Many view their entry into a system of power as their victory over it, rather as their incorporation into it, at least outside of music.
That should be the slogan for every politician, man.
And then Kushlook follows that statement up by saying, oh, not at all a possible way to look at Trumpism.
Fair.
Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us. Chris says it's not doing stage dives. I don't blame you, Chris. Thank you very much, Pasquale. Are you doing anything that people need to know about? Or are you just about to go lay back and be a regular ass guy and enjoy your life?
Yeah, I'm keeping it pretty on the deal. I have a project right now. It's not announced. It's just going to be just some songs. You know, find me on the social medias. I'm not super active on Twitter these days, but that one tweet of mine keeps going viral, so I've just left it. But,
which one is that?
It's I clapped back at some dude about talking about I can't remember. He says he said give $600 to a rich man and he'll turn it into millions. Give $600 to a poor person, it'll be gone in a week. And I was just explaining that that's how money works. If you don't have it, you have to spend it. So, yeah, that tweet has gone viral a bunch of times for some reason, but thankfully, I guess for the right reasons.
Yes, that is how money works. When you don't have it, you have to pay your bills.
That's not how you fucking, yes, you can sit on money if you have money. But yeah, so yeah, satanic Hispanic on Twitter, Satanic Hispanic Panic on Instagram. Yeah, if you follow me there, I'll be putting out some stuff. It's very different. This is a really different project. It's a concept, so it's going to be interesting. But that's what you do in your middle age. You put out a concept album.
That's exactly what you do.
So,
and you're just, everything is self-indulgent and inward. Yes, that is literally what you do at this age.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, just do something weird, figure it out, and see if someone likes it. Great.
I'm all for it.
So I'll be announcing that, I think, actually in the coming weeks. We just finished the second single for it. So, well, single. It's fucking 5 songs. They're all singles, I guess. But yeah, shout out to everyone in chat. Awesome seeing you in chat, Chris. Big fan. So I really had a good time. I mean, as always, I have fun hanging out with you. I miss you too. I really wish we could hang out more often. I know it's just so fucking impossible these days, but
we'll see. There's some things on the horizon as far as us doing more live stuff, and you know, hopefully you have some free time and you can come down here and there is extra room for you and the family.
Awesome. Well, I would love to do that. And actually, I wanted to shout out my friends who I was wearing their shirt today. Unidad Trauma. They're a band from TJ, so they
they're from TJ.
They're badass. My buddy Dan is the bass player. They opened for Cattle to Cap on a tour, so that's how I met them. And great guys. Really, 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 really good band if you haven't heard them. But I think Mexican metal is awesome. It's always been awesome, and it goes under the radar here a lot. But I think everyone should listen to them because they are incredible. I hope maybe 1 or 2 of them tuned in. We'll see.
Well, let me know when they're playing TJ, because that's a bus ride. I'm going to hang up here, dump this show down to audio, and then I'm going to take the bus to TJ and go get lunch. So yeah, let me know when they're playing TJ again, because that's the one place that I just go to randomly, and there'll be fucking dope ass kids playing on the street
Hell yeah.
I'm playing like heavy rock on the street. I love the music scene down there. I wish more people could see it. It's so fucking dope. And I need you to come down here and check out this fucking cool ass metal bar.
Oh yeah,
Metal
yeah.
punk
You've told
bar.
me. Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
a
If
little bit of
you're just gonna sit back and be like, dude, we could be here for like 4 hours. Just chill.
That's awesome, man.
No, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. So thank you, Pasquale, and have a good rest of your day. Tell the kids I said what's up. Tell the wife I said what's up. And we are out.
Back when Russia was the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and they'd say, "Oh, but aren't you so glad that you're in America?" I said, "Well, I know a lot of Russian filmmakers, and they have a lot more freedom than I have. All they have to do is be careful about criticizing the government."